Slam Poetry Festival. The poets, like Diarra, perform spoken word poetry in front of an audience and judges. She sees her art as a form of activism, meant to highlight the lives of Malian women and girls.
The subjects that I talk about, often people think that they're too bold. When I talk about circumcision of young girls, it's generally a taboo subject in Africa. They think it's too bold, but others congratulate me because there are many who do not dare to venture there.
Slam poetry is a relatively new music scene in Mali. A country with deep musical and oral traditions, Mali is regarded as a musical crossroads in Africa. Slam first appeared in Mali in 2006, years after it gained popularity in the United States.
The slam poets, for us, they are full-fledged musicians. We accept them as being musicians.
This year, the festival was held in November, months later than usual, due to the coronavirus and a curfew imposed after a coup d'etat in August. Diarra performed on stage for the first time in nearly a year.
I have joy in my heart. It's like a child who could walk, and suddenly he fell ill and couldn't walk. Later, the doctor tells him that he will walk again. You can imagine the joy. So I have this joy.
The annual festival is run by a Malian organization called Aggregatoire, founded by one of Mali's first slam poets, Aziz Kone.
As you know, everyone knows it. Since 2012, Mali has been weakened by a security crisis, by a social crisis. So we saw that it's important for us today to hold this festival in the name of peace and social cohesion.
This year saw Mali struggling with both regional instability and a worldwide pandemic, which left cultural activities and the normally lively music scene in shambles. But slam poetry continues to attract young Malians committed to a better future for their country. Annie Reisenberg for VOA News, Bamako, Mali.
And there are some big name winners at this year's ePeople's Choice Awards, honoring fan favorites in music, TV, film, and social media.
Jennifer Lopez received the People's Icon Award, Tyler Perry was honored with the People's Champion of 2020 Award, and Tracy Ellis Ross was presented with the Fashion Icon Award. Will Smith won Best Male Movie Star for Bad Boys for Life, while Tiffany Haddish was named Best Female Movie Star of 2020 for Like a Boss. Haddish used her acceptance speech to raise awareness about what is happening in Africa. I also want to give a shout out to all my people in Africa that are struggling right now, she said. All the people that are in Nigeria, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibouti. If you're out there struggling, I'm praying for you, and I hope that all my fans pray for Africa too, because we shouldn't have to be going through the things we're going through. The show was broadcast live from the Bar Car Hangar in Santa Monica with a virtual audience while presenters and winners accepted their awards in person with socially distanced protocols.
Now check this out. South African comedian Trevor Noah was talking about Africa's coronavirus response during an episode of The Daily Shows with Trevor Noah when Voice of America made a cameo. Now in several shots of the show you can see video footage from our very own shows like Straight Talk Africa and Our Voices with our reporter Salem Solomon.
He even sent samples of fruit to be tested for the virus as a way to expose false positives.
Zoe Ludaki
In Monrovia, residents are taking matters into their own hands
and Heidi Fitzpatrick
being praised for their approach to controlling the spread of COVID-19.
Well done to our colleagues who produced this content that made its way into the popular TV show. And following in the footsteps of his wife, former US President Barack Obama has a new memoir out in which he shares his hopes for the next generation. My book is for those young people, an invitation to once again remake the world and to bring about, through hard work, determination, and a big dose of imagination, An America that finally aligns with all that is best in us, says America's first black president in an excerpt from A Promised Land. That is the title of the book. The 44th US president reveals how he and his wife Michelle were drained physically and emotionally when they left the White House in January 2017. For a month, Michelle and I slept late, ate leisurely dinners, went for long walks, swam in the ocean, took stock, replenished our friendship, rediscovered our love, and planned for a less eventful but hopefully no less satisfying second act, he says. And next up, we have a story of Ngadi Smart, a Sierra Leonean photographer in Cote d'Ivoire who specializes in capturing issues like feminism, female and male dynamics, and gender similarities. In this episode of our Picture Africa series, produced by our colleague Betty Ayub, Smart shares her inspiration.
My name is Ngadi Smart. I am a Sierra Leonean photographer based in Cote d'Ivoire. What inspires me in my work is representation of Black people in all its different facets. Yeah, just general women's issues, feminism, female and male dynamics, also themes that come up currently in my work. My series, The Faces of Abisa, started out by me attending Abisa Festival, which is an event that occurs every year in Grand Bassam, Cote d'Ivoire. And it's a 2-week festival which is part of the Nzima people, which are in southeastern Cote d'Ivoire and southwestern Ghana. And it's basically a celebration of culture, of music, of life, basically, as everyone is expected to come clean of everything that they've done during the year at this festival. And there's a lot of interesting traditional wear. My series, Longing and Belonging, was a series that I created because I was inspired by the close ties that create a bond. Also, gender similarities is a recurrent theme in my work, how society deems the male and the female as essentially different, but we're actually a lot more similar than we think. And I wanted to also show the vulnerability in masculinity and femininity and just challenge society's preconceptions of how women and men should be. So Grand Bassam is an old French colonial seaside town, and it's now a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's filled with 18th to 20th century architecture, which is in ruins at the moment. So I really wanted to show the dramatic contrast between, the clothes, the outfits, and the models against this decaying structure. The whole idea behind the shoot was also environmental based. A lot of the ideas came from looking up African traditional wear. The flower ornaments that you see them wearing, I had designed, but I got that from African traditional wear made of raffia. So I just felt like it was a different way of showing African culture, traditional African culture. With everything that's happened with the African continent in the past, a lot has been decided for us, and I feel like this is the time now for us to decide our story.
The fashion industry, which used to rely on face-to-face interaction, has been forced to adapt to COVID-19 realities for employees. VOA's Maxim Maskalkov has our story. Check it out.
Working virtually has put a temporary hold on workplace dress codes and shifted the focus to looking one's best on video conference for work.
That's a new reality now, right? So a lot of us can't see each other in person, so we have to do a lot of Zoom meetings, video meetings. And I thought, you still have to see each other. So you still have to worry about how you look, whether it's your makeup, your hair, accessories, clothing, well, at least the top half.
Personal stylist Tin Lin has shifted her focus to helping clients look their best on virtual conferences. Typically, the consultation of personal stylist range from $70 to $325.
The client has to bring everything in front of the computer, show me different pieces they have, things that they're happy about, things that they're not happy about, and I kind of give them advice on whether to keep it or not.
Washington, D.C. stylist and designer Jason Burr published a series of Instagram video lessons on Zoom and other video conference meetings.
Work with an interior designer and work with a stylist such as myself to figure out, okay, what colors work best with my skin tone? What should I wear if I paint the wall this color? What should I wear in front of it? What should the background and surroundings look like? There should be a great piece of artwork hanging behind you as well.
Owner of an image consulting company, DC Style Factory, Rosanna Wolmerhausen, says everything matters, even the background.
You really want to do the work to figure out where in your home is going to be most optimal for a Zoom call. And the key element of that is the lighting. Set up a little desk area for yourself that has a background that is pretty neutral.
COVID has had a definite impact on clothing retailers. Walmart says that in the first half of 2020, they have sold considerably more tops and jackets than pants and skirts. Office apparel retailers are changing their focus too, shifting the attention from an overall look to what meets the eye through Zoom and Skype or some other video meeting. Maxim Moskalko for VOA News, Washington.
And who is the sexiest man alive in 2020? Well, it is not me. Ding, ding, ding. According to People magazine, the winner is the actor and producer Michael B. Jordan. He celebrated the achievement on his Instagram. Personally, I wish him nothing but the best. Congratulations to you, Michael B. Jordan. Next year, I got you.
And with that, we come to the end of our show today. I want to thank you for hanging out with me. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voanews.com. We are also on all social media platforms, on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
before, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Truthfully, women, we are dangerous. For real. And it happens. So, it happens. It's a hard one, for real, but it happens. That's all I know.
Well, from what we've been hearing, it happens maybe sometimes. I won't say it's right. However, in a situation where that happens, there's different sides to it. You know, if the man, for instance, has a good relationship with the kids, depending on their age also. For instance, you can the reaction when the kids are still like maybe age 1, age 2, age 3, it's going to be different from, for instance, if the kids are like 20-something, 30-something years. In that case, life goes on. If the children are grown-ups and they still feel, oh, even if you are not their biological father, but they still feel that, oh, you are the father we know, then the relationship can continue.
It's strange as it is, as it sounds, and whatever around it, everything for me is strange. You understand? I mean, it could be a fiction. It could be, I don't know, is there any reality in what you're saying, or is something that you watch on, is it African Magic now? Is it just a joke or just a play or something?
Well, it depends on who the father of the child is. If he's a bad man, definitely anything can happen. Do you understand? But if he's a good person, you know, it's a very bad thing to do. There are some grounds where you can do that. Very terrible Yoruba demon.
I will turn the person, and from there I will know how detailed they go, and I will trace to know the place the person come from. I will make sure that I verify, not that to chase it. The person is not a cow, is not a goat. Rather, I will train the person and I will verify to know the taproot where the person come from. That's what I can do. Yes. I will give it to them because I'm not the one that's get the picking.
Oh, by God's grace, that one cannot happen with me. No, he will go and find his father.
I will do a DNA test before I leave the hospital, personally. Yes.
You will do it?
I will.
But you are the one that carried it.
You know me, if you change picking for hospital now.
Oh, okay.
So I will, personally.
Okay, because of the...
anything can happen. Yes, our healthcare system is messed up for real. Like, you can't trust even the doctor, the nurses. Truthfully, before I used to have this notion that if you come to me with that, we are done after you get the results. But thinking about it now, I doubt if I'll be offended.
Before you go in to marry a lady, you must first of all know who the lady is or who the man is. You know, because if the person you are going with has been an untruthful person from the beginning, you get, you know, so every other thing you build on that is going to fail. You know, but if there have been trust from the beginning, or more like if you are sure of who you are dealing with, then I don't think there should be need for paternity test.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Fame, glamour, success, money, and all forms of flamboyance are what you associate with celebrities. But with the recent pockets of reports of Nigerian celebrities revealing their battles with depression, it calls for concern of a thin line between fame and depression, between appearance and reality, and many rhetorical questions. It is the desire of most artists to have an international deal and get international recognition. The quest for this fame and self-accomplishment continue with a lot of the big names now relocating outside the country. Nothing seems unchanged as racism is another social menace, still confronting them. This leads to depression at the expense of love for their craft. A close observation shows that social media has continuously been a contributory factor. The regular interface with imaginary audience creates a lot of tension and illusions by many of these artists. Recently, many of our favorite stars such as Ari Song, Wajay, Dija, and a host of others have been vocal about their battles with depression. Plus TV Africa spoke to some key players such as a music executive and convener, Social Media Week Lagos, Obi Asika, and a mental health specialist, Dr. Kadiri Memuna, and a popular Nigerian actor, Arike Akinyoju, who has been vocal about her struggles with depression.
I think it is. Yes, especially in this part of the world that we belong to, Nigeria, fame here, I think is a major cause of depression.
Because human beings are unique, and because human beings are, we all have our personal journey. They are what we call vulnerability risk factors. People are already vulnerable in one way or the other, maybe from adverse childhood experiences, and then with fame, which is somehow as you grow, it may be a childhood fame, because sometimes you see some children, they grow into fame, while some people are deliberate and intentional into achieving fame. Famous people have to keep up with, entertaining us. Famous people have to keep up with a particular personnel. Famous people have to keep up with, with all the challenges, even if they are going through a lot. We do not want to see them down. We are following them for the things that we want to get from them. They are inspiring people, they are influencing people, they are empowering people, they are doing a whole lot. So whatever they may be going through, the society, we don't want to see that part of them, even if they know they may be going through that is it. So they have to just keep on being, that person we want to see.
We should not be calling talents celebrities. Yes, they have become celebrities, but they became celebrities because of their talents, because of what they do. They are not just celebrities because they exist. So everybody, from my experience in life, all creative people have challenges in terms of putting together their process. And every time, it's like anywhere in the world, if you don't hear of your favorite actor for 5 years, it's one of two things. It's just A, they're not working, and B, they're not at this point in time getting offers. So what I would say is that a lot of people, if you work in the entertainment industries, if you work in those spaces, you will know that it is a high stress, high anxiety business. So therefore, the people who are working in these businesses are constantly seeking for affirmation and for support to see them through what they're doing. So in that regard, if you're in the public eye and you're constantly having to keep up appearances, it can become very, very difficult, especially if things are not going as well as they used to go in the past.
There was a time in my life I passed through depression, but I think it's not because of my career. It's because naturally I'm not the type that, things people say get to. Fine, I feel concerned when they say things or they expect me to live in a certain way and I'm not living that life. I feel concerned and I feel like, but it doesn't really get to me. So if I ever had depression, it wasn't basically on my career level.
That would be great. In fact, that would really, 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 help in this advocacy that, have been blazing the trail in Africa, trying to change the narrative and let it be a movement for people to understand that mental health is as important as our physical health, if not more important. And for the fact that it's intrinsically linked to our physical health, we have to guard, protect, and prioritize our mental health at every given point in time. So if we start seeing the media and entertainment industry putting our mental health as part of their package, it may not necessarily be a department because that's a tall order, but ensuring that from inception, when they are setting up that business, they incorporate what we call an employees assistance program. It's a subtle way of inculcating mental health services within your organization. What that just means is that as a business owner and having artists and producing whatever you're doing in media and entertainment, you and your employees, or you and your gang, you and your group have a safe space where you have been able to build a culture of compassion that individuals in that organization can speak up, can speak out, can seek for help from professionals in rendering these employees assistance program.
I don't actually agree that record labels, entertainment companies, or businesses should actually be having mental health departments. I think mental health is a very, very specialized issue. What they should be doing is being aware of mental health and have mental health professionals that they can relate to if they have issues with any of their talents or clients. Unfortunately, for many years, it has always been stigma here. So people do not engage the topic and they don't discuss their problems. But definitely, a lot of talents and a lot of people in society have mental health issues and issues with depression and anxiety and other things of that nature. So it's important to relate to mental health professionals who can help when you have somebody or friends or family or clients or talents who have any issues at all. You could you could insist that your clients and your talents do have regular counseling sessions, do have relationships with counselors and psychiatrists that they can have conversations and unload and unbundle any issues they might have. The best thing anybody can do is to stay engaged with the talent. So the talent, and that means that understand and know your talent very well. You know, understand what makes them tick, what makes them click, when they are happy, to be happy, or to be in a stable state of mind and frame of mind to enable them to produce their best work. And that normally is, if you're doing that, that means that talent has a strong manager. You know, strong management is key. And that doesn't necessarily come from the label. That could come from the artist side, where the artist manager, the person that really interfaces every day with the artist. A lot of times the label is literally just there to provide distribution, retail, marketing, and finance.
One dominant recommendation is for this artist to live in their realities and not all about impressing fans who change loyalty at slightest disappointment by their so-called quasi-demigods, whose foibles are as real as any man on the street. The story of Michael Jackson, who died in 2009, and later Whitney Houston in 2012, are few of the sad reminders that despite fame and pageantry, one's mental health must not be ignored. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Ife Oshunkeye.
Thanks for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. President Muhammadu Buhari has assured Nigerians that the Boko Haram insurgency, which started in 2009 in the northeast, would end this year. He, however, urged the citizens to pray for the armed forces, which is also undertaking operations against bandits and kidnappers in the northwest and parts of the north central. Buhari, who spoke on Friday during the Jumat prayer held in commemoration of the 2021 Armed Forces Remembrance Day at the National Mosque in Abuja, declared that this is a year of action and that the government will finish what it is doing. Represented by the Defense Minister, retired Major General Magashi Salihi, the president noted that what is happening in this country will soon be over. He said the nation would continue to remember the sacrifices made by members of the armed forces and should not cease to pray for the repose of the souls of those that paid the supreme price. The Air Task Force of Operation Lafia Dole has inflicted heavy casualties on Boko Haram terrorists in their hideouts at Alagano and Sambiza forest area of Borno State. Coordinator of Defense Media Operations, Major General John Enenche, said in a statement on Friday that a compound housing some high-value Boko Haram leaders was also taken out. Enenche said the compound located at around 2.3 kilometers northeast of Kaffa in Damboa local government area of Borno and concealed under thick vegetation was being used by the terrorists to coordinate their nefarious activities. He said the destruction of the locations was achieved through multiple airstrikes executed on the 6th of January when the Nigerian Air Force fighter jets and attack helicopters went on to engage the target areas in a day and night raids. According to him, the terrorists were spotted under the dense vegetation of the locations, and the Nigerian Air Force attack helicopters and aircraft took turns in engaging the targets, neutralizing several of them. Enenche said the armed forces of Nigeria would not relent until all the enemies of the nation were neutralized and normalcy is restored to all the troubled zones. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has declared that his government is already investigating the alleged high-handedness of the Amotekun Corps, noting that the issues will be addressed squarely in the interest of security and well-being of residents of the state. The governor reassured the residents of the state that the administration is doing everything it could to address security challenges in the state. The incident involved some youths and core of the Oyo Security Network Agency, codenamed Amotekun. And also in the news, the Council to Sahara Reporters publisher, Omoyele Sowore, has alleged that Nigerian authorities are attempting to undermine judicial proceedings on the bail application of his client and 4 others. Showore's counsel, Marshal Abubakar, says after requesting that his clients be present in court to listen to the conditions for his bail application, he got signals that his file were transferred from the office of the FCT Commissioner of Police to the office of the Deputy Inspector General of Police. Chief Magistrate Mabel Shegun Bello, however, refused to rule on the bail application for Showore for reasons that the defendants were not brought to hear the condition on which their bail will be granted or denied.
We were informed and we were shown copies of documents, signals from the office, first from the office of the DIG, requesting for the case file of Mr. Omele Sowore from the office of the Commissioner of Police of City Abuja. Now we are told reliably that the case file was transferred from the office of the Commissioner of Police of City Abuja to the office of the DIG yesterday. They also brought before the courts another signal from the office of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation, mandating the office of the DPP to take over the case file from the police. Now, it means that the DPP are the persons who are now responsible for prosecuting this particular case.
And workers of the National Identity Management Commission have suspended the industrial action which they embarked upon on Thursday over the fear of the COVID-19 spread in the agency. It was gathered that the workers decided to put the strike on hold after a meeting with the federal government, where it was agreed that the demands of the employees would be addressed. The President, Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, NIMC unit, Asekokai Loki, confirmed the suspension of the strike to journalists. He said workers of the commission across the country were being contacted to resume work by Monday and begin the enrollment of citizens for the national identity numbers. Now for some COVID-19, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has confirmed 1,544 new infections of the coronavirus in the country. The NCDC, on its verified website on a Friday, also confirmed additional 12 coronavirus-related deaths. The country's daily new infections accelerated to a record high of over 1,500 cases for the first time, bringing the total to 97,478. There is now a rise in confirmed COVID-19 cases nationwide, similar to the second wave of infections occurring in other countries. The NCDC said that the new infections were from 20 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Lagos State reported 739 new cases, followed by Plateau State with 168, the FCT with 153 new cases, Oyo with 91, Nasarawa 90 new cases, Rivers with 80 new infections, Kaduna 35, Edo 33, Kano with 29, Ogun State with 21, Delta 19 new cases, Sokoto 16. Also, Akwa Ibom State and Ebonyi both with 11 new cases, Enugu and Osun State with 10 new cases each, Niger with 9 cases, Bauchi 8, Kebbi also with 8 cases, Katsina 2 new cases, and Taraba with 1 new infection. The agency, however, noted that 570 patients were discharged from isolation centers across the country. And now the Lagos State government has intensified public advocacy and sensitization to the emergence of the second wave of COVID-19. This was done through interactions between the staff of the Ministry of Information and Strategy and members of the public. The sensitization team engaged members of the public at markets, motor mechanic workshops, garages and parks at Agege, Ojota, Ikeja, Ogba, Alausa Secretariat and environs. They addressed the people and obtained feedback, just as essential information, education and communication materials such as flyers and posters were distributed. Still talking COVID-19, the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Kayode Fayemi, has announced that governors will take the COVID-19 vaccine on live television to demonstrate to their residents that the vaccine works. Governor Fayemi said this to State House correspondents after a private meeting with President Muhammadu Buhari, where security, the economy, and the vaccine management were discussed. He also noted that the president has agreed to convey to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 the need to use influencers such as religious leaders, entertainers, and athletes to engender the confidence of the citizens at the state and local level. And a non-governmental organization known as the Israel Ibeleme Foundation is calling on all well-meaning Nigerians to support the poor and vulnerable groups in society to help cushion the impact of the effects that the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic is having. The foundation is in a visit to the Hope for Survival Orphanage in the Gishiri area of Abuja, says that with the pandemic ravaging the world, there is the need to show care for the poor, needy, and vulnerable in the society. And now moving on to other parts of Africa, the Tunisian Health Ministry has reported 2,649 new COVID-19 cases, raising the total number of infections to 154,903. The death toll from the virus rose by 56 to 5,108 in the North African country. It also reported 1,615 hospitalized COVID-19 patients, including 344 in intensive care units. Given the rapid spread of COVID-19 in some provinces of the country since the last week of 2020, Tunisian President Kais Saied has called on the authorities to examine the possibility of reimposing general lockdown in regions with high numbers of COVID-19 infections. Outside Africa now, U.S. President-elect Joe Biden said Americans need more economic relief from the coronavirus pandemic now, and he will deliver a plan costing trillions of dollars next week. Biden, introducing several members of his economic team, spoke after data showed that the U.S. economy lost jobs for the first time in 8 months in December as a resurgent COVID-19 pandemic shuttered restaurants and other businesses. Biden called for raising the minimum wage to $15, a campaign promise, and also for sending out $2,000 in direct cash payments. Democrats sought those cash payouts in the last relief bill passed in December, but only were able to get Republicans to agree to $600.
We need more direct relief flowing to families, small businesses, including finishing the job of getting people that $2,000 in relief, direct payment. $600 is simply not enough when you have to choose between paying rent, putting food on the table, keeping the lights on.
The mission of the Commerce Department is a very simple one: to help spur good-paying jobs, to empower entrepreneurs to innovate and grow, to come together with working families and American businesses to create new opportunities for all of us.
And still in the United States, President Donald Trump said he will look at building his own platform after Twitter suspended him, citing a risk of further incitement of violence following the storming of the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday by hundreds of his supporters. Trump sent the latest tweets on his @POTUS account after Twitter banned his personal account. Twitter, late Friday, quickly deleted new tweets from U.S. President Donald Trump from an official government account after the social media site had banned his personal account. And now on entertainment, British filmmaker Michael Apted, the man behind the Up documentaries that chronicle the lives of a group of British children for more than 50 years, has died at the age of 79. Apted also directed Hollywood movies ranging from the 1999 James Bond blockbuster The World Is Not Enough to the Loretta Lynn country singer biography Coal Miner's Daughter, and dozens of TV shows, including episodes of the British soap Coronation Street in 1967. Apted died on Thursday at his Los Angeles home. And that's all for now. Of course, you can catch up on more news stories on our social media accounts at Plus TV Africa on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And of course, same with our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back with more stories making the headlines much later. I am Osaogi Ogbonwa. Thanks for watching.
Da 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 da, yeah. 7 years after school, but I've been still the way through. Them say no work for town, but people keep getting jobs. Preacher says don't worry, son, your miracle is on the way. Oh. Same words he'd heard before, about 7 years ago. Oh, it might have fit to take long, but joy will come. I know you can, so Lord, please make a way. I will wait for my miracle. I will wait for my miracle. No matter what it takes, I will wait for my miracle. I know you can, I know you make a way. Da 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 da. 10 years after wedding, sister Ruth still the way to why. Can't seem to have a job, and she can't tell the reason why. Preacher says, don't worry, girl, your miracle is on the way. Oh, same word she'd heard before, about 10 years ago. The matter fit to take long, but joy will come. I know you can, so God, please make a way. I will wait for my miracle. I will wait for my miracle. No matter what it takes, I will wait for my miracle. I know you can, I know you make a way. No matter if it takes so long, it breaks my heart that I even have to wait so long. But Lord, I will trust in you. Hold on to your every word. I will wait for you. Lord, I will wait. I will wait for my miracle. I will wait for my miracle. No matter what it takes, I will wait for my miracle. I know you can, I know you make a way. Da 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 da
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
All right. Hello and welcome to our Saturday morning breakfast show. Today with John and Helen. I'm John Senaya.
And I'm Helen Ongma Odeleye. Good morning and welcome to the show. It has been a rather interesting week. From the Capitol Hill takeover in the US to paternity saga that has raged on for weeks. Well, there's so much on the show this morning. We have so many issues that we've put together that are on the front burner that we'd like to discuss on the show this morning. Like you heard, John, it's Today with John and Helen.
Yes.
And of course, every Saturday morning, we come your way at this point in time. That's precisely 9:15 in the morning after the news. And like I said earlier on, I'm excited to be on the show with you this morning. We're talking, besides the issue from the Capitol Hill, that a lot has been happening with Trump and
a lot of
and the Americans,
evolving by the minute. And well, it explains a few things to us that maybe the Americans aren't different after all.
Well, that's a story for another day. And besides what's happening in America, some people say, what's our business in it? You know, the world had become a global village. So yes, we have a stake there, and we could learn a thing or two from there.
Yeah.
Well, the most important thing and most disturbing issue at the moment is COVID-19.
Yes, and the second wave of COVID-19 has become a very serious thing as concerning us here in Nigeria. The Lagos State University Teaching Hospital says that the resurgence of COVID-19 through its newly mutated form is ravaging Nigeria. And why aren't many Nigerians taking precautions?
That's a very, very important question that we'd like a lot of you to answer, you know, out there. The focus on the show today, like I said earlier on, is more on COVID, and we have titled it COVID Realities. You know, COVID is here with us. It's a reality whether we like it or not. And so we have a guest who is bold enough. You know, she has had her own stink of the experience with COVID, and she will be joining us to talk about, you know, her story with the virus. And besides her, we have two medical practitioners, two doctors to be precise, who will also join us later on to talk to us professionally about our conduct and what we must do, and most importantly, information concerning COVID-19.
Yes, and really I think it's about time we discuss this COVID-19 realities. Because I remember last week last week, I was by, one of the beaches just driving past. First, the traffic was something else.
Crazy.
And that was an indication. So how many people were trying to get into the beach. Now, most people that I saw on that day never had their masks on.
In fact, I saw some visuals, online, and the person went and, he had an aerial shot so you could see the massive crowd, at the beach, just like you went there.
Yes.
And the guy was amazed. Is this Nigeria? What's happening to us?
Yes.
Who is talking to us? Are we not hearing right? Or are we not getting the message?
I think we're just simply taking it all for granted. And I wonder why. Because I tell you, this thing is for real. And almost on a daily basis, you hear of someone who has died or passed on or is, has been tested positive or has tested positive to the virus. And yet, It
amazes me, the lockdown is over. A lot of us say there's no need for the nation and the economy to be locked down. And so the government has said, go about your business, but please be responsible. Take precaution. And that becomes a problem with Nigerians. I wonder why.
I'm sure that by the time we're done with the program today,
we'll have answers
we may have some answers.
All right. Okay, so we'll take a very quick break. And when we come back, we'll meet our very first guest. Don't go away.
Not 100%. I wouldn't say so. So the way everybody is just feeling less concerned about everything. So I won't say they are careful.
People were careful because we went to church and we observed that before the 12, that curfew period, everybody just left and all like that. So we were careful.
Because everyone thinks there's no corona, we are carefree. Because most people don't wear face masks anymore. Only when they want to go to the bank or places that is very reserved, that's when they wear face masks. But ordinarily, when people walk on the street, they don't wear face masks.
We are careful about it, though the pandemic affected most people, especially those who depend on daily incomes. They are trying to make a living, so most people violated the lockdown rules, but most of us, we are careful about it.
People are careful, and we see a lot of other people that are not really very careful. And this as a result of the fact that, when you don't see people dying around you, so you feel less concerned about the whole thing.
Thanks for staying there. It's still Today with John and Helen on the station this morning. And we'll go right to meeting our first guest on today's show. She's Adenike Oyetunde Lawal, who is a Nigerian radio host and the founder of Amputees United. She will be sharing with us her COVID-19 experience. Good morning, darling.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Good morning. Good morning. And it's nice seeing you. Thanks for coming out.
Looking so well.
Yes.
Now,
thank you so much for having me on the show.
Now, you recently contracted the much dreaded COVID-19, and we'd like to know a few things. Could you please tell us how you felt and what exactly were the symptoms?
Okay, so how did I feel? I felt like someone was sitting on my chest and was actually trying to choke air out of my lungs to cause a lot of discomfort with breathing. And that was exactly how I felt. I also did feel a lot of joint and body pains. And what happened was, a few days prior to that, I had attended an event. And I had somehow thought that because of the running around that had happened, my body couldn't take so much. And I figured, okay, sleep it off. By the time you sleep and then you wake up, you'll feel better. I dissuaded myself from taking an analgesic because I didn't just want to take it. By the next morning, I woke up and I just knew there was something going on in my body, but I couldn't articulate it because I had been asked at home that what is going on in your body? And I was just there. I didn't have words to explain it, but I knew that things were going on in my body. I couldn't explain. It felt like I would have a flush of, a headache come and then it would automatically just stop. And then I just kept quiet and I just sat still for a long time to say, you know what, let me observe myself. By that evening, to the next morning, I finally broke out, in the fever, and I knew that it had to be COVID. And at about very early in the morning, the moment I woke up, I noticed that I had broken into a fever. I just messaged a friend of mine who also is a doctor and said, please, I need to get tested, COVID. I need to do it ASAP. And he was asking me why, what are the symptoms? And I explained to him that my body, I'm having serious body pains. I feel like I will have a headache. In another 3 minutes, the headache will go. And in another 15 minutes, the headache will come back. Okay. I could still smell. I could still taste at this point. I had not lost either senses. But my body, my joints were aching me so badly. And somehow, I didn't feel like eating. But then they came and then they tested. Because of the timing and the fact that I had broken out into a fever, we had to do the rapid test first. And the moment we did the rapid test, right in my presence, I could also see the reading and it was positive. I was dumbfounded. It just felt like a flush of emotions, anger, pain, surprise, and then I just went blank. And I was angry because, left to me, I found that I had done everything I could have done in terms of safety. I rarely would have gone to a place without my mask. I was always with my sanitizer. There were so many things I would did. I didn't stop receiving guests in the house. But unfortunately, we still do not know how.
Thank you, Adenike. Thank you, Adenike. The obvious thing now is that you had a series of symptoms successively. Now we'll come back to that after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Okay, Adenike is still here with us, sharing her COVID-19 experience on the program this morning. Adenike, thank you once again for joining us. Yes, you immediately felt some uncomfortable signs and symptoms. According to you, you called a doctor and you went through a couple of things and you were tested and your test came positive. After that, what steps did you take?
Okay, so the first thing I knew I had to take was to stay away from anyone. Thankfully, there was no one else around me apart from my husband, who immediately my result came out positive. I had to reach out to him to say, you need to get yourself tested. He also did go get tested, and surprisingly, his results came out negative. So for starters, we knew that there had to be either I isolate from him or he stays in a different place. And then we shut down any other person who might have wanted to visit. Say, for instance, the people who
the young man who helps us, to clean, we had to call him to say, you can't come around for time. And we also had to do contact tracing as well, and then reaching out to family and friends that we both had exposed ourselves to in the last few days. Thankfully, we encouraged a number of them to get tested, and everyone's results came out negative. So after that, we knew that we had to just be both of us, because unfortunately, 2 days after that, my husband started to feel feverish, and then we asked for another test to be done for him, and then the test came out positive. So it was clear that both of us had come down with COVID-19. So we had to now start treating ourselves, and then taking supplements, and then drinking water, and completely isolated from every other person. We didn't see anyone at all, and we had to ensure that family that has seen us prior to my positive test result, was also informed, and then everybody had to be on the lookout to watch themselves, and some people also did get tested, and basically that was how we carried on with both ourselves until we had another test and another test.
Sorry, Adenike, sorry to interrupt. Before we go into that, I want you to tell us a little bit more about the isolation itself. Okay. Were you on isolation at home?
Obviously.
Or was it at the center?
Yes.
Now, take us through
that.
No,
Okay, so we both isolated in the house, seeing that both of us are the only occupants in the house. And thankfully, we did not have pre-existing conditions that, would have probably shut us up, on the scale of people who needed to get to the hospital. But also remember that I had mentioned my friend who's a doctor, and another of our doctor friends. So both of them were on the lookout. And then we also had to, by ourselves, check our oxygen levels, go back periodically to talk about difficulty with breathing and all of that. Because both of us were under constant check with the doctors, it was very necessary that if for any reason either one of us started to feel completely discomforted, we were going to be rushed to the hospital, but that did not happen. So we both isolated in the house. So it meant that at the point where everything was clear, we also had to clean out the entire house, which is what we did. And we didn't get to the hospital, thankfully. And that's also because my friend had discouraged us and said our case wasn't dire. We didn't have difficulty. We didn't have to be on a ventilator. And he made sure that we got the oxidizer so we could check our oxygen levels in the mornings, during the midday, and at night as well as our blood pressure and every other symptom that we were feeling. So I was keeping a journal of the symptoms that I would feel, headache today, there's no headache tomorrow. And at the point where I lost my sense of smell and taste, it was almost at the end of a 2-week window. And then, we were told, don't worry, that it plays out differently for everyone. Some people lose their sense of smell and taste first. Some people don't. For what matters most is that just make sure you complete the isolation period, as well as just staying away from any other person or exposing yourself to many more people. So yeah, so basically that was how the isolation
Both of you lost the sense of smell and taste? Both of you, you and your husband?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I'd like to know, you said something which I'd want you to expand a little bit on. You cleaned out the house. Oh, yeah. How did you clean the house? What did you use to clean out the house?
I will not be mentioning brands, but because we were the only ones who could get access into the space, what we did was we got them delivered. For instance, if anyone had to send us foodstuff, we would tell whoever it is that was delivering it, just leave it outside. And some people didn't understand why they could speak to us, but they couldn't see us come pick up whatever it is that they had delivered. So we decided that one thing we would do to dissuade ourselves from making an attempt at reaching people is don't open the door. When you open the door, they think that you're making an attempt at collecting the things. So we made sure that we got the stuff that we needed, all the sanitizing stuff that we needed to do all of that. And then we wiped down the entire space, because we also made sure that we didn't go into every space in the house, so that cleaning was a minimal task, as the case may be. Say we had a guest room. Neither one of us had gone into the guest room, even prior to getting tested or the week before. So we knew that for whatever it is worth, that the guest room will probably be the last place that we will clean out. And then once we cleaned out the living room, we cleaned out the bedroom, we did that ourselves and did it again.
Okay.
And we knew that time had elapsed. And
all right, Adenike, it's a live
we got
show.
Tested again.
Thank you. It's a live show. We wish we had more time to speak with you because this is very important. But what I pick from having this conversation with you is that you're very enlightened. And even before COVID knocked on your door, you had gone out to read a lot about it. And because you're telling us so many things that a lot of us take for granted, you got a lot of information about it. So before we say bye-bye to you this morning, you contracted the virus. What would you say to those who still think that there is no COVID-19?
I'll be very honest with you. I think that at a point I started to say, you know what, I think they need to experience just a little bit of what COVID-19 is. And I knew that that was a selfish prayer, a selfish cry. But right now, I really don't have any other thing to tell them because it feels like some people just think it's a propaganda about the government at whatever levels. So I just hope that if anyone is watching and doesn't believe that COVID is real, that they can just stay where they need to be and allow people who believe that COVID is real and want to be safe where they also want to be. And let's see how much longer we'll continue to deceive ourselves for. But yeah.
And Adenike, thank you so much. But finally, would you say that it's an expensive ailment?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for saying that. I don't know how I forgot because that's all I've been saying. COVID is expensive. And that is not forgetting that the government also, of course, has provided free testing centers. But as you may suspect at the moment, they are currently overwhelmed, which is why a lot of people who can afford to pay for the private testings have started to use that. And the average for a rapid test in a private center is probably maybe 25,000 naira. The question is how many people can readily afford it? And if you want to do the PCR, it's 50,000 naira, 50,400 naira. So it is expensive, the things that you have to buy, the medication that the doctors will prescribe to you, and then your continued care. Because people think that once you test negative to COVID, that's the end. It plays out differently for a lot of people. Some people have to keep getting tested 1 month after their initial test because it is still in their bodies, but though they are less infectious at the moment, which is why it is not something that every single person can self-medicate. You need to get the doctors involved so you can know, exactly what your situation is.
Okay, thank you so much, Adenike. And we wish you well. You're looking very well, and we hope that COVID is gone from your family for now and forever. Okay, so COVID is real. You heard her. She went through the experience, and it's expensive too. And we must be very wise in the areas where we, dispense our very hard-earned finance at this point in time, John. But that was Adenike's experience, and I hope that she ministered to a lot of people.
And I hope that we have learned a lot from our experience. And again, Adenike, thank you so much for coming on the show.
All right, time to take another quick break, and after that, we'll be back with our next guest. Don't go away.
Not 100%. I wouldn't say so. So the way everybody is just feeling less concerned about everything. So I won't say they are careful.
People were careful because we went to church and we observed that before the 12, that curfew period, everybody just left and all like that. So we were careful.
Because everyone thinks there's no corona, we are carefree. Because most people don't wear face masks anymore. Only when they want to go to the bank or places that is very reserved, that's when they wear face masks. But ordinarily, when people walk on the street, they don't wear face masks.
We are careful about it, though the pandemic affected most people, especially those who depend on daily incomes. They are trying to make a living, so most people violated the lockdown rules, but most of us, we are careful about it.
People are careful, and we see a lot of other people that are not really very careful. And this as a result of the fact that, when you don't see people dying around you, so you feel less concerned about the whole thing.
We can't talk about education reform
if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down.
And you're welcome back. Now, public health experts have warned that highly contagious infectious diseases, including the pandemic influenza and coronavirus, COVID-19, have a potential of re-emerging and producing second and possibly a third wave. And these subsequent rounds may be worse than the first. Today, we're speaking with a doctor, and she's here with us. I'd like you to all welcome.
Yes, in fact, our second guest, we wish she will here live with us in the studio. But you know what's going on, social distances. A lot of people would rather stay in the comfort of their homes and have this conversation on a lot of platforms. So joining us via Zoom this morning is Dr. Oreoluwa Fini. She's a senior special assistant on health to the Lagos State Governor. She's also head of risk communication and social mobilization, Lagos State COVID-19 response. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Fini. Well, Dr. Fini will dive straight into it. We're told that the second wave of COVID-19 is currently ravaging the land. What are the implications of this?
Okay, well, the implications simply are that we've seen a higher number of infections. The isolation centers are back filled up or from almost nearly empty in October. We're seeing more emergency calls. Generally, there's more pressure on the system right now. A lot more people are falling ill to varying degrees from, of course, the traditionally asymptomatic to people who are very, very ill, and unfortunately an increase in death as well. So that's the implication of the second wave.
Well, there's a word we keep hearing, mutation. And especially with the advent of the second wave of the virus. And there's something you said that also caught my attention. By October, you said the centers were almost empty and they're filled beyond capacity at the moment. What exactly is this about? Mutation and, you know, the implication of why we have so many people at those centers at the moment.
Okay, so mutation and strain, they're sort of intertwined, as we would say. Mutation means something has changed from how it was originally. And sometimes it's also a coping mechanism for the virus, like any other entity. It's trying to survive. So once it feels that, oh, you know something about me, maybe I'll change my shirt, or I'll change my shoes, or put on a face cap, and therefore you'll not recognize me. Like they will say on social media parlance, on disguise. So what this does is to maybe sometimes temporarily confuse the immune system. Is it new? Is it not new? Is it the same? But then also what we have now is a new strain, one that was identified originally in the UK. And what they are also telling us about this new strain is that it is a lot more infectious. It's not that it is easier, in short, it is easier to catch this new one. And because it is easier, we have seen it spread so much faster. We have seen pockets of spread events, which usually are social events. We're talking about parties, weddings, gatherings, anywhere where people are going to come together. We've seen it escalate, and therefore we have now seen that people are ending up more and more in their isolation centers because they're feeling very ill and therefore cannot remain at home. I mean, there are many ways in which the illnesses are being handled. There's the public phase, there's the private people accredited, private accredited hospitals, and of course, the Lagos State Home-Based Care scheme. So we're just seeing a lot more infections, and people need to be extremely careful right now.
Now, Dr. Finney, thanks so much for explaining that. Well, the holidays are over now. We've all had a great time at the beaches, at parties everywhere, you know, and now we are reaping the results of possibly being careless and all of that. Now, is the government's communication and awareness campaign on this scourge, is it really hitting home? How come compliance level is low? That's my worry.
Okay, I think globally, we've seen a phenomenon where people have been constrained for a long period of time. It's not that there's a huge government awareness campaign ongoing right now by the Lagos State government on social media, on traditional media. I'm here, I'm talking to you as well, and I'm hoping that the people of Lagos are listening and the country in general. Now, people must take responsibility individually. The government has done as much as it can, but at the end of the day, the domiciliation of responsibility lies with individuals. It means that I need personally now, and we all do, need to weigh each interaction. This, when I want to step out of my door, is it necessary? Is it important? Today is a Saturday, and typically it's full of social events. Are they necessary at this point in time? Those are some of the questions we now need to start asking ourselves. Or the other thing we see is that the gatekeepers at various places, whether supermarkets, whether hall, they're great with you putting on your mask as you step in. The minute you step in, you bring down the mask and you continue. That is neither here nor there. And there is no way, there is no government that can police every single member of the society. There is a responsibility individuals must bear for their actions. So we should all personally take responsibility for where we go and how we go there.
Okay, an area that is of concern to me at this point in time is the rural areas. You know, we have a lot of avenues where we can get critical and important information in the towns like Lagos, like Abuja, Port Harcourt, and all of that. But we've got loads of our family members way back in the villages. You know, John just asked about government strategy, whether it's working or not. What is the strategy in place to ensure that the people in the remote areas, because they're part of us, that they get to know what's happening and they get the information and that they comply, especially the younger ones?
Excellent. So in Lagos, I'll talk about Lagos. We have a very robust surveillance system. And surveillance simply means surveillance, like in police or detective terms, that you are keeping an eye on the environment. And here, when we say surveillance, we're keeping an eye out in each environment for diseases. And there are people in communities within Lagos. I'll talk about Lagos and let people not have, there are remote areas in Lagos as well. It's not all VI and Ikeja. So we have surveillance officers who are there monitoring. They have been well trained. They can identify the symptoms and signs, and there's an escalation process where we can then get to know. But getting the news across to them is through the same medium. We use individuals within the community. We use development associations, community leaders. We have engaged community leaders extensively, traditional leaders, the social leaders, youth leaders, and of course, radio. Radio is a veritable form of dissemination of information. The information is not just going out across TV or social media. The radio too, messages are there, jingles are there. So where there are all sorts of, we are reaching out across all platforms that you can imagine so that people are aware. They know what it is, they know how to prevent it. And in case they see what looks like it, and maybe they also know how to get the feedback back across to the Center for Support.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Oroluwa Fini. Now, I think at this point we should really appreciate the effort, of the government in helping us to wade through these very difficult times. But we have just a few minutes left. Before you go, we want to know the issue of vaccines. What hope and how soon?
Okay, vaccines, plenty of hope, and as soon as possible. The vaccine response is the federal government response. And I know that Nigerians know that Nigeria has a very robust vaccine storage and dissemination system. 2020, in the midst of COVID, we were able to kick polio out of Nigeria. And that was not by magic event. It was through vaccination consistency, cold chain. I know that all that structure will come to bear right now to ensure that the vaccine also is disseminated appropriately. Of course, vaccines and the logistics of vaccines are not things that you can just throw in your bag and move around. They require special logistics, which we are very competent with. We're very competent with. And so what we now need to do is to wait for our order to come in and to understand how the distribution is going to take place. All the systems are already very much on ground. I believe that Nigerians should keep hope alive. But having said that, even with the vaccines, for the countries that we have seen that have started to give vaccines, you must still take the prevention, the precautionary measures, because you are still able to transmit the virus. So it's not going to be do away with the mask immediately you get the jab. You get the jab, you still keep your mask, you still wash your hands. And hopefully before the end of 2021, fingers crossed, and if we all play our part, everybody must play their part. We think that we should be able to get better outcome.
Okay, Lagos State, it's a law. There's a law that has been passed against, non-wearing of the masks, and there's penalty attached to it. While we wind up, if there's anything about our diet that we could change also to help us, I'd like you to tell us what's happening to compliance, what's happening to deterrent, and what is happening to the people who are found not wearing masks. Are they paying 200,000 fine, or are they being locked up somewhere? Because we need to really get to doing something, drastic to ensure that people comply.
Okay, I'm sure you saw yesterday in the news that the federal government has said if people don't behave, then we're looking at another lockdown. And there is no way people will not be affected by another lockdown. It's a financial issue immediately. It becomes a difficulty immediately. I think beyond fining, like I said, compliance becomes a personal thing. I would shudder to think that the only way to get people to do things properly is to start more or less chasing them with fines and detention and jailing and all that. Yes, all those things are there. The law is there and it is a deterrent. But I think more than that, we must all resolve within ourselves that we are going to do the right thing. If it is not a necessary outing, we are not going to go. We're going to restrict ourselves, and as much as possible, whatever work can be done from the confines of your home, that they will be to be done from there. Then and only then can we see the numbers reduce. There was a lot of movement in December, and that is the outcome of that we're seeing now. There was a lot of movement. The video of the beach video, that was frightening, and I'm sure that people have seen that the effects of all these things are there. COVID-19 is real. On the dietary level, we all know the right things to do. We need to improve our fruits intake, vegetable intake, and get sleep, enough sleep. minimum 7 to 8 hours per night may seem difficult, but it is when you are resting that your body can fight. It is when you are resting that your immune system is rebooting and repairing itself. So let us eat healthy meals, not overloading on protein. Healthy does not mean 8 pieces of meat, please.
Well, I'm sure
healthy means fruits.
I'm sure and
vegetable.
I'm sure, Doctor, you will give us some praise for what we have done so far. For almost 1 year now, we have done our best. Well, in one word, just one last question. When will our lives return to normal?
Soon? Ever?
When?
Only God knows. Nobody can give you a time. Nobody. Wow. Nobody. But we believe that before the end of this year. Before the end of this year.
Okay. Are you happy with our response?
I'm not too sure that I believe her, but I'm hopeful.
Okay, Doctor, I believe that how soon will depend on how responsible we all get individually, and how this message sinks in. Yes, how soon. So it's in the hands of every one of us. Thank you so much, Dr. Finney. Thank you. And please send our regards to His Excellency, the Governor. And well done.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Okay. It's still Today with John and Helen. And if you've watched this program for the past few weeks, you know that we are not the only one on this show. Pharaoh is standing by. And she's going to be speaking with the frontline worker, Dr. Victor Ekon, who is Medical Director, Amor Shield Medical Center, Reddington Hospital Group here in Lagos. Please, if you don't go away, you will join Pharaoh with her guest on the next interview, which I assure you will be very, very interesting. Don't go away.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Seize it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Not 100%. I wouldn't say so. So the way everybody is just feeling less concerned about everything. So I won't say they are careful.
People were careful because we went to church and we observed that before the 12 that curfew period, everybody just left and all like that. So we were careful.
Because everyone thinks there's no corona, we are carefree. Because most people don't wear face masks anymore. Only when they want to go to the bank or places that is very reserved, that's when they wear face masks. But ordinarily, when people walk on the street, they don't wear face masks.
We are careful about it, though the pandemic affected most people, especially those who depend on daily incomes. They were trying to make a living. So most people violated the lockdown rules, but most of us, we are careful about it.
People are careful, and we see a lot of other people that are not really very careful. And this as a result of the fact that, like, when you don't see people dying around you, so you feel less concerned about the whole thing.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
Accident mark our place. Some people, they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This is Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa.
There were a lot of men, but they chose me.
Parties in Nigeria, they're simply platforms of convenience for people to go and aspire for power.
If you were not awarded a contract, then why are you coming here that you are aware?
Let me explain. No, it's okay.
Some people have also accused you of talking too much.
Even if I say things, people like Obasanjo should tell us, don't say that. Not that Obasanjo will be saying, and with results that will be carrying cake to go and say, Obasanjo, stop that.
If you have your family issues, you don't discuss them in the marketplace.
Those who will take over governance after the exit of the military will be mindful of the economic deprivation of our people.
Will the cost of governance ever be reduced?
Census good, but timing has to be right.
The people who are getting the palliative right now may be the wrong people because we do not have data.
Plus Politics, 7 p.m. Mondays to Fridays on Plus TV Africa.
Thank you, John and Helen. So, the dreaded coronavirus seems to have morphed itself and become faster and more lethal. According to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC website, Africa has about 2.8 million confirmed cases and approximately 67,000 deaths since the pandemic started. Nigeria having about 16,000 active COVID cases and 1,300 confirmed COVID deaths. Within my circle of influence alone, I've heard of about 5 COVID deaths in the last 1 week. I know I'm spotlighting already dreary picture, but the truth is we need to keep talking about COVID because we need to choose life, love, and good health. Here with me to shed some light is Dr. Ekong, a frontline worker at Armor Shield Medical Center, which is an approved COVID isolation center and part of the Reddington Hospital Group. Welcome, Dr. Ekong.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
First, I must say, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Thank you for saving lives in this really, really difficult time. We are really, really quite grateful to have people like you working tirelessly to save as many lives as possible. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So, Dr. Ekong, we're talking COVID. Yes. The reality that is COVID.
True.
It's dreary, but we have to talk about it, you know. And one of the things I wanted to ask you first and foremost is COVID real? You know, that sounds like a really silly question, but a lot of the times when we talk to friends and family and our staff and other people around us about COVID, they tell us COVID is not in Nigeria. COVID is a rich man's disease, it's a white man's disease. We don't get COVID for here, Ojari. You know, all these things. So the question is COVID real?
Yes, COVID is very real.
Tell us some more.
COVID is as real as what we see on the news, in TV. COVID is what we see everywhere. Our numbers might not be as right as the same, probably maybe because we are not testing as much as we should, but COVID is real. Half or more than half of our patients might be asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic. But the truth about it is people are dying from COVID, and COVID is real. And whether we like it or not, we just have to keep passing on this message to the entire population that COVID is real, and people need to get to understand that it's real.
Okay. So when you say people need to understand that is real and we need to keep passing on the information, one of the things that concerns me the most is how we pass on that information, especially to our domestic help, which a lot of us have. Or, you know, in the average Nigerian household, you either have 1 to even 4 or 5 domestic help. You have a cousin or relative from the village who is not necessarily as educated as you, and we have to communicate COVID to them. How do we do this?
I think the first thing is, before you pass on information to someone, you need to understand what that is. And if you have a good understanding, you'll be able to pass on that information seamlessly and be able to, you know, educate them so much so well that they can, you know, understand the burden and the pain. I know a couple of times people say, oh, coronavirus. Are we really passing the right information to them? Are we telling them the reality on ground? Majority of us, or majority of the people that have had COVID would be asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic. But we also need to tell them that if they become COVID positive or they have the coronavirus and they are not protective of the, you know, the very fragile population, those that have comorbidities, elderly patients, then would put everyone at risk, or would put those people with those comorbidities and our elderly population at risk of probably coming down with the critical form and then probably dying as well. So we really need to educate them. And passing on this information, we need to, explain to them in ways that they would understand. If it means us, communicating to them in languages that they would understand and breaking it down, not just telling them COVID, but explaining to them exactly what COVID is.
Okay, so there were some key things that you said now that I understand.
Okay.
My staff may not understand. When you say when the person is COVID positive. First, actually, COVID-19 and coronavirus, they're the same thing, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Same.
Because again, it goes back to communication.
Sure.
For some people, they hear coronavirus. Some people hear COVID-19, and they're not quite sure whether it's the same thing. So it's good to know that it is exactly the same thing. So when you say when they become positive, how do you know you're positive?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. We need to pay attention to these symptoms, and we need to be true to ourselves. If you're sick, we need to communicate. I have a headache, I have a fever, you get tested for malaria, and it's negative. Let's test for COVID-19.
Okay, I'm a domestic help. My salary is not that good. I have dependencies. Who am I going to tell? I don't feel I can tell my boss. Who am I going to tell that I need to get tested? These are real practical challenges that we face every day. How do I tell that person who is earning minimum wage, or in some instances below minimum wage, that you can talk to somebody, you can get tested, you can get help? How do I do that?
Thank you for that question. I think, getting the right information is key, like I said earlier on. There are a lot of centers out there that still do free testing. And if we go through the right processes, majority of people would get tested for free. And the challenge there is we don't have this information. NIMA does test for free.
Who is NIMA?
NIMA is the National Institute of Management and Research, medical research.
So, like you said, we don't have the information.
Yes.
So one of the biggest challenges to actually addressing this pandemic is lack of information.
True.
And then the manner in which that information is broken down. And it's not something we can actually unpack today, because it is really, really difficult. So would you say that the thing that we have control over would be how we break down this information to the community around us, to our staff? You were talking earlier, before we came on air, about breaking it down in a manner in which they understand.
True.
So my assumption is, if it's Pidgin English they understand, break it down in Pidgin English.
Sure.
It's not enough to just say, wash your hands, COVID is real. How would we break it down?
We should break it down in every language.
Mm.
So if we're in the West and Yoruba is the lingua franca, let's speak Yoruba to them. Let's find people that can really speak, that are really very fluent in Yoruba language to communicate to those people, not just tell them COVID-19, wear masks, no. Let's communicate to them in the language at which they can understand. So let's speak Yoruba, let's speak Pidgin to them. Let's get down to our native languages, and let's pass this information to them as much as they need to. We don't have to just say it once and sit and, or get back to our comfort zone and say, yes, we've passed that information. No. It should be every day.
On a regular basis.
On a regular basis.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So this then takes me to Agbo, home remedies. Do these home remedies work?
Well, home remedies, tradomedicine, these are really not evidence-based. Occasionally they might work, But because we don't know the dangers, the complications that they can cause, it's best to actually stay out of them. That's the truth. So you don't want to take your agbo or your trado medications or your traditional herbs, and you probably had or probably would have some subtle or give you some subtle relief, but then the damages that would set in 2-3 months or 4 months or immediately, are those issues that we have to put into considerations. So for me, I would tell you outrightly that I don't subscribe to the use of agbo or traditional medications.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So, one very simple question. Masks. We have a myriad of masks out there. We have non-surgical masks and we have surgical masks. Which is better?
I think the most important thing is understanding why we need to use our masks.
Okay.
And then why we use these masks. The mask is protective for both you and for both me, for both the wearer and the next person. And how you use the mask is very key. So we have our cloth masks. Most important thing is, do we remember to wash them? Which is key. People shouldn't forget those basics. So you're out there with your masks, you're back at home, let's remember to wash and sun them.
And also how you wear it, like you said, because I've seen a lot of people, when they wear their mask, they don't cover their nose, they just cover their mouth.
True. The purpose of the mask is to cover your nose and your mouth.
Why?
To prevent those droplets.
How?
Those respiratory droplets.
How?
So when you put on the mask and you're talking to someone and the person is standing close to you, those droplets would, get onto the mask.
But that's when you're talking. What of your nose?
The same thing.
How do the droplets come out of your nose?
Occasionally we have droplets from our nose as well, our nostrils.
Okay.
And also when you inhale and someone is talking.
So that's where they say it's a two-way thing. It's not just for the wearer, but for the person who they're communicating with.
Of course.
Because you're either exhaling through your mouth or you're inhaling through your nose. So it doesn't really matter what type of mask you wear, but you must wear masks.
Yes, we all must put on a mask.
Excellent. So before we end the session, I would like you to tell us 3 things that we can take away with us that would actually make a difference to how we deliver the message of the reality of COVID. You're on the front line. You've seen the worst case scenarios every day. So what are the 3 key things that you would like to tell us?
Okay, the 3 key things I would like to say is, the first, reiterate the fact that COVID is real, and we all have to accept it, and we all have to be vigilant as well. 2, we all have to ensure that we observe those necessary protocols. Put on our face masks, wash our hands, use our hand sanitizers, stay away from social gatherings as much as we can, maintain our social distancing. We can't overemphasize that. And 3, if we find that anyone that has symptoms that are pertaining or that looks like COVID, we should help and assist them to get tested.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, COVID is such a huge topic that we can't unpack enough. But what I would say to our viewers is go to the NCDC website. It's actually quite robust, and it has all the necessary information out there. Do your research. And like Dr. Ekong said, when you're communicating, break it down. Don't assume that the person you're communicating understands exactly what you're saying. And together, we will get through this. Now, there's irrefutable evidence of the benefits and the role of physical exercise in disease prevention. As an advocate for exercise, it is always important that we maintain a healthy fitness lifestyle. And with this, we're going to go into the fitness segment. Today with us is Dolly Phillips to show us some simple exercises that we can do at home. Thank you.
All right, so now you can see we've got some dumbbells. Don't worry, if you don't have dumbbells, you can use 2 bottles of water or fill some bottles of empty bottles of water with sand. They work as weights. So now we're going to start with a quick march, and then we're going to go into a HIIT workout. We have 5 workouts, and we're going to try and do them 3 times. Are we ready? Come on now. We start with jumping jacks. Let's go. And 1, 2, 3. Now you can see what Stephen is doing. He's doing the easier version. If you can't jump, just step out. Lovely. Come on. 3, 2, and 1. Slow it down. March. Very good. Next one, we're going to go into triple high knees. Follow Stephen. Just knee up. If you can't do your triple high knees, Elvis and I are going to go 1, 2, hold it. Are we ready? 5, 6, let's go. Hey! 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it out. Nice. Now, we're going to jump squat. Stephen is just going to squat. We are going to do the jump and the squat. Are you ready? 5, 6, 7. 2 jumps, 1 squat. 1, 2. 1 more. 1. March it out. All right, now, 2 punches down, 2 punches up. Steve is going to stay here. Elvis and I, we're going to kick it out as well. Are you ready? Ready. Come on. In 5, 6, 7. Take it down first. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. March it out. Good job. All right, this one's a little bit hard. But why not? Elvis and I are going to go here. This is what we're doing. Steve-O is just here. Elbows to the knees. Are you ready? Come on. 5, 6. Let's open out first. Let's go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice one. Catch your breath. This is a good time to have a sip of water because you need to what? Stay hydrated. Thank you. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yes, they are. In 5. We're going to those triple high knees. Just the high knees. 5, 6, 7. Let's go. 1. Hey. 2, 3. 1 more. And 1. March it out. Good job. 2 jumps, 1 squat. You remember that one. Ready? Let's go. 1, 2. Good. 3, 4. Looking good. 5. Keep it up. 6, 7. Don't give up. 8 more. Let's go. 8, 7, 6. Come on. 5. Almost there. 4.
Let's go, guys.
3. 2. 1 more. And 1. March it out. Good job. Remember the punches? 2 punches down, 2 punches up. Stay with Steve-O right here. If you can't jump. Elvis, are you ready? Let's go. 1. Let's go. Hey, hey. 2. Ha, ha. Come on. 3. Catch your breath. Nice one. Elbow, 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 elbow. Elbow. Nice one. So we're taking it to the last one. We're going to change it from the first one because we want to target those abs, yeah? So we're right here, right leg first. 1, give me doubles. Everybody's doing this one. Push your limit. 5, 6, we go, right leg. 1, come on. 2, 3, trap those elbows. 4, Steve-O, stay here. We are going to kick out on the next one. Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 knee, 1 kick. 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 And 1. And match it out. Dumbbells down in a safe space in front of you so you don't trip over it. Safety first. Let's bring it down. In 5, 6, 7. Deep breath in. Let's go. And out. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. In and out. 1 more. In. Hip circles. Let's go to the left. 1 and 2 and 3 and. Now, can you touch your toes? Touch. Bounce on it. Stretch those hamstrings. Very good. Now, hold it. 8, 2, back bend. Slowly rise up. Push your hips forward. Bounce. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Shoulder stretch. Come on. Nice stretch here. Tricep stretch all the way to the back. Small of your back. Pull it. Let your body follow. Lovely. And back up. Other side. Shoulder stretch. Grab that elbow. Very nice. Clasp hands in front of you. Turn over. Push. 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 Now go up. Heels off the floor. Grow. 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 Hold it. Hold it. And we collapse down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and. Awesome. Elvis, Steve-O Lala. Thank you for joining us this morning. I hope you got a fantastic workout. Until the next time. Ciao. Bye-bye.
So you're welcome back. It's been quite an interesting session. In the last 1 hour or so, we've had very interesting company, right? Starting from the COVID-19 survivor, that's Adenike, and to the SSA for the Lagos State government, Dr. Finney, who threw a lot of light on government perspective and a lot of advice for us, you know, as people. And then, of course, our dear friend, Dr. Ekong. And for me, it's been a moment of being sober, sort of, you know, because a lot of home truth, you know, has been told. And you'll find that these are things that we have taken for granted. Not wearing our masks, not washing, not wearing them properly, and just kind of like being laid back, lackadaisical about the whole thing. But the baseline now is that COVID-19 is for real. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. It has actually always been for real, you know, and the interesting thing is, it is the new normal. It actually is the new normal. We don't know if COVID-19 is going to disappear.
Well, you talked about communication, and you know, communication is not complete if the person you're speaking to hasn't gotten the message. And for me, that's very critical, because a lot of us assume that these medical terms, the new normal, for example, what does it mean to?
Well, we'll hold that thought, Helen. We'll go for a break. We'll go for a break, and we'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, just like I was addressing you, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers out there, you know, some of these terms just come like they do come, asymptomatic, the new normal, and all of this. And we have to break it down at every level. Now, how do you say new normal, for example, in Yoruba, in Igbo, in or to your house help, or to your driver?
Let me tell you how you say it in Pidgin English. The way it be before, no be the way it be today.
Okay.
That's
so
Pidgin
which
English.
way now? Where it be now? Which way it be now?
Now, that's the way that they call COVID-19, coronavirus, Koro. 9 day. Every day, Koro day. The reality is, it's not easy, but we have to figure out a way to break it down.
And it was very interesting when you were sharing with your guest on, you know, the aspect of family.
Yes.
Because we all must, if everybody gets it home, right from the family, the number of people who are staying with you, the people you interact with, the market woman, whoever you deal with on a regular basis, you know, if we're concerned about that and we begin to work at how, you know, that our inner circle, if I can use that word, gets to know that this is real and the ABC to D of what we need to do to get out of it, then, you know, we might be saying something differently in a very short while.
Yes, but you see, I think it's just an attitudinal thing.
How so?
Because you're suggesting that maybe people who are not as literate are not getting the message. What about those people that you assume understand and they're still not?
That is very true.
Yeah, you know, so I worry about our attitude, our general attitude.
But you know, the thing is, what I'm finding is it's our culture, and there's a stigmatization around it. Generally, as I don't know about the rest of Africa, but as Nigerians, we're generally not pro-medicine. You know, when we fall ill, we don't want to tell people. We don't want to say, there's something wrong with me. When we reach a certain age, like with men, where they say, after 40, make sure you check for prostate cancer. We don't want to do our medical checks. So culturally, we need to have a shift in mindset. It's not just, like you said, it's not just about literate or illiterate.
But again, but I'm sorry to cut in, Pharaoh. But again, I beg to disagree with you.
Again.
Okay. Okay.
No, we're not a very expressive people.
No,
I agree with that.
I don't think it's peculiar
to us.
I think generally, the world over, there is some kind of fatigue. COVID-19 fatigue going on.
There is.
It's like being a donor. You know, you keep giving and giving, and at some point, you get tired of giving, right? Now, it's like we've been hearing it so much. We're tired.
It's just been 1 year and a few months.
1 year, a lot has gone.
Yes, we're tired, but you know the reality is, if we allow fatigue, you're right. But if we allow fatigue to set in, it's death. You know.
Well, we will not let fatigue get in. What we'll do is we will come in somewhere in the middle, like I'm going to do now, because now I have to take my nuggets for the day, and I'm sure that the nuggets will come on screen in a minute. And the nugget is all about public speaking, you know, public speaking and the way you express yourself. So my nugget for today, which is our takeaway, is this. If you try to be someone you're not, others will sense it.
How do you relate that now?
If you try to be someone you're not, others will sense it. Now, I'll try and explain that. Now, John Senaya, I have 1, 2, maybe 3 people that I fancy in terms of their delivery style and all of that, right? One of them is Obama, for instance, okay? I like the way he carries himself, the way he delivers his speeches, right? It doesn't mean that I
want to be like him.
Be him.
Be him.
I cannot and never I can never be a Barack Obama on stage. And each one of us, each one of us has our own peculiar strengths and styles and things that make us different from other people.
There's only one original.
There's only one of each one of us.
That's original.
Okay? And so the advice now is for us to develop yourself, develop your style. No one else does you like you. Okay?
Okay.
So you develop your own style, your own delivery style, and just be yourself.
I would
And
like
communicate.
to exactly communicate. I would like to now relate that to communicating the reality of COVID to everybody.
Thank you.
You know,
Please
and
go
it is
ahead.
very true.
Yes.
In being yourself, you have to figure out how to communicate the reality of COVID to everybody around you so that they will actually understand it
In your own
and receive the
distinct
information.
and unique way.
Yes.
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 Because if you fail to do that, the audience will notice that you're not being real.
Very true.
Okay? And that is where the problem starts.
Yes.
Your message never gets home. Okay? And you lose it all.
The issue of disbelief also comes in. Because if they don't really are not comfortable, they're not comfortable with what you're passing across, then it's like, could it be true? Could it just be a lie? So they need to also believe you. They need to also trust that this is the original and this is the information that's coming out and it's a fact.
You're learning
and
very
that something
fast.
needs to be done with it.
This, very quickly, this takes me to one of the topics that we're going to be discussing very shortly, communication. Because everything we've just talked about now centers around communication.
Life is communication.
So communication will be
Life
coming up
is.
very soon. A la Ferron.
Very soon.
So
But seriously.
you look out for it. Today it's been the COVID-19 reality.
Yes.
And I hope that you all have enjoyed this session. I'm sure that sometime in the future we would want to do something related to COVID-19. And I hope that you all have thoroughly enjoyed yourselves today. Do you have any last words?
I'd just like to say that from the inception on this show, everything we've talked about is don't procrastinate. Don't think that you can do it better tomorrow. Start right now. So if you got some very important and life-saving information on this show this morning from us on COVID, please take action immediately. Washing of your hands, keep social distance, stay in your house if you really don't have a reason to be out there in the millions of parties that are going around, but whether small or large parties. Take care of your health, do some exercises, eat the right meals, and what have you.
Thank
Do
you.
right now whatever it is.
Thank you. And that's all we can take on this week's edition of the program. Don't forget to follow Plus TV Africa on all of our social media platforms. And there will be a repeat of this program at 10:30 tonight. See you next Saturday.
Thank you so much. See
Thank
you
you.
next Saturday.
Okay, thank you. Go out there, have a brilliant day, but please keep safe.
So this is footage I shot. It's 1,000 frames a second, which is roughly 40 times slower than how it appeared in real time. And I just counted from 1 to 4. Those are the numbers you can see at the bottom of the screen. And I was blown away at the amount of particles that came out of my mouth. Not only from the spit, sort of at the beginning of each word, but after I'm done with the word, particularly the word for, you can see like a fine mist come out of my mouth. And that was actually really surprising that I could see that with the naked eye. The particles that are so light that they don't fall. And I wasn't even shouting that loud. That was like a medium volume of talking there.
Yeah, I think what you've just shown is a graphically beautiful demonstration of the importance of wearing masks and face coverings, because as the film shows now, you're saying the same thing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right.
And very little is coming out from the mask. So, we say, and I think graphic demonstrations like you've just shown now really solidify that. One of the reasons why it's so important to wear a face covering is that we know now that about 40 to 45% of the people who are infected don't have any symptoms, and yet they have virus in their nasopharynx. And we know that a substantial proportion of infections are transmitted from someone who doesn't have any symptoms. So people have an understandable but incorrect interpretation that the only time you transmit infection is when you're coughing and sneezing all over someone. What they don't appreciate is that if you are speaking, even if you don't speak loudly, and if you are singing, which is even worse than just speaking, you have these particles that come out that can stay in the air for a period of time. Some of them drop to the ground, which is the reason why we say keep 6 feet of distance. But some of them are aerosolized and can hang around the air for a period of time. For that reason, it's so important to wear face coverings, particularly when you think you're in a situation where, well, nobody's sneezing or coughing. Doesn't matter. You proved it beautifully by just saying 1, 2, 3, 4.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labour Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagbu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice-chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Esso Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in its 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in the senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well,
Here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do, but I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education, when I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult, it's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family has, you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up, just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain, I've had my money stolen, I've walked long distances just to go for auditions, and at the end of the day, it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back, but look at me now, I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums, I started dancing, I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to, make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Badon, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbero character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my family's story.
At the beginning stages of my career, living in Atlanta, just being someone that just loved the art of music, wanted to write songs for people. I remember going to different rooms and meeting different producers and not actually given a chance to go into actual studio rooms. I would hang out in like the couch living areas outside, right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, just saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo, bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right? I met another amazing producer that did a lot of big records for Case. This guy, his name is Kenneth Smooth. He produced Touch Me, Tease Me by Case, old record. A lot of R. Kelly records back in the days, veteran producer. from that I met somebody else, I met someone else, I met someone else, right? I think this life is a journey. You can't doubt yourself at the beginning stages. Nobody sees your vision, right, except you.
This was probably 2008, and I had the opportunity to work with one of the biggest artists at that time. I'm not going to mention names for obvious reasons. So we made a song on his album, and I thought, you know, this was going to be like a great look for me. And I mean, I officially started producing 2007, so this was a year after, and he was the second biggest artist I was working with at that time, so it was like a big deal for me. And we made a song. The song was a vibe. You know, I was looking forward, you know, to the album and everything. And album came out, songs on the album. Then I was excited, you know, got the CD, went home, played the song, and the song was reproduced by a different producer. I was like, I was so heartbroken because I've been telling all my friends that, oh, I produced this song on the album, I produced a song on the project, and people were already congratulating me. Then I heard it was a different beat by another popular producer, like that was obviously like way popular than I was at that time. So, I mean, I was obviously heartbroken, and a friend of mine asked this artist why he did that. And in his words, he said, "Share me to Kojaye," which means like my work has passed that level that I was probably like, you know, too not relevant enough, you know, to work with at that point. Anyway, today I'm SARS, and it's not here today. So keep moving, believe in yourself, you'll get there.
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports Special on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoku. And of course, it's a weekend where we look forward to a lot of sporting activities from football to basketball. Remember, the NBA is still right there. And my favorite team is beginning to do well. They're doing me proud in the NBA. I'm just hoping that they get to make it to the NBA playoffs. I've got Wale Scott right here, and we saw an amazing game between Aston Villa and Liverpool. I'm sure we'll get to talk about that later on. But we saw kids play against adults, and it was quite interesting.
Great game, really. I saw kindergartens playing against almighty Liverpool, and at the initial stage, I saw a very shabby, short Liverpool team. And it was like Sadio Mane, Mo Salah were actually learners, you know. And we saw these young lads put them to the gun, you know, and it was good, you know. But all things being equal, when push came to shove, when the party started, like, beat those boys. I think it's good.
It's good for football. We got to talk. There's a whole lot to talk about, a lot of talking points from that game. But let's come back home and talk about the Nigeria Professional Football League, where we'll see games going down in different centers across Nigeria. Starting from today, we'll see Akwa United against Abia Warriors. And on Sunday, the 10th of January, we'll see MFM taking on Sunshine Stars. MFM will be playing at home. And Lobby Stars takes on Warri Wolves. Rivers United versus Kwara United. Enyimba, who will take on Wiki Tourists. Jigawa Golden Stars, who will take on Rangers International. FC Fanyuba versus Dakada. Katsina United versus Adamawa United. Plateau United versus Heartland. And Nasarawa United will take on Kano Pillars. These are the fixtures of games that will be going down in the Nigerian Professional Football League. What are you expecting in these games from today and tomorrow?
Let me first of all state that I'm not very particular about the Nigerian Football League. You know, I saw some teams play on the continent, and I saw them totally embarrass me. You know, really. I watched our boys play, and I feel Genoro has been vindicated when he doesn't call any of his boys to the Super Eagles. Really, for me. But yes, I want to say a good team. Really, I want to say good matches. You know, it's good to know that the MPFL TV tends to show at least one match for us to watch, and I'm optimistic that things will get better in the league eventually, but for now, I'm not just particular about them really for now. But yes, hopefully I want to watch matches today. I want to watch matches tomorrow. It's our Nigerian Premier League now, our own, so I'll watch it.
But it's good to see these games on TV, the MPFL TV, and we'll get to enjoy the very best of.
So if you're watching this program right now, you can actually go on the internet and go on MPFL TV and watch at least one Nigerian Premier League match on the weekend. One on Saturday, one on Sunday.
Well, once again, looking through the fixtures, Akwa United will be up against Abia Warriors, and on Sunday it will be MFM taking on Sunshine Stars. Lobby Stars will be at home to Warri Wolves, and Rivers United takes on Kwara United. Enyimba, the Aba Elephants, will be up against their opponents, talking about Wiki Tourist. And Jigawa Golden Stars will take on Rangers International. FC Fanyuba versus Dakada. Katina versus Adamawa United. Plus United against Heartland. And Nasarawa United will take on Kano Pillars. I'm looking forward to the game between Nasarawa United and Kano Pillars. And also the game between Enyimba and Wiki Tourist. Those are amazing games I'll be looking forward to this weekend.
Enyimba and Wiki Tourist, fantastic. I think if you are a better, you can actually say goal. You are sure of at least both teams scoring goals. You know what? But that would be really nice. A nice game to watch. At least something different from the regular nonsense we've been watching in the last two games they've had. You know what? Yeah, that'll be nice to watch. Wiki Tourist to be. I've always been a fan of Wiki. I don't know why Wiki Tourist. I've always liked them.
So you think they would upset Enyimba?
I don't see a fantastic Enyimba right now. The last two games, I'm not seeing a fantastic Enyimba yet. But I've seen the Wiki Tourists that actually have they are gaining momentum. You know, it's a gradual process, and I think Wiki Tourists can actually upset them. Yes. They can.
All right, we have Babajide Guerrero joining us on the show this morning, and he is the first Nigeria Professional Football League TV presenter. Yes, we have to give him that accolade. Good to have you with us, Jide. Hello, Jide.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, man. How are you doing, man? What's going on?
Very well, very well. We're doing good. Hope you're keeping safe out there.
Yeah, it's been quite a thing, with the COVID-19. I mean, I would have loved to share space with you in the studio right now, but COVID-19 wouldn't allow. Yeah, so I think staying safe it's a responsibility everybody has to take, right? It's a duty, I understand. So yes, I am. Thank you very much for asking.
Very true. I've got Wale Scott here, and we'll have tons of questions to ask you this morning.
Julie, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Wale Scott, thank you so very much, sir. It's a good pleasure to hear from you, sir.
Yeah, let's talk about the Nigeria Professional Football League. How has it been for you getting on board with the MPFL and also knowing that our league is back and, should I say, better than what it used to be?
Yes, I think we can say that again, over and again. It is miles and streets away from what it used to be. Before now, it's a struggle. I mean, when I joined, I just heard Wale Scott mentioning how joyous a feeling it is, to be able to watch one Nigerian Professional Football League match, on Nigerian TV, and it's a platform. And may I also politely chip in that it's the first time any African country is attempting to have its own platform as big as this. At the last game against when Kano Pillars played in the Northwest Derby, when Kano Pillars hosted Katsina United in Kaduna, I was with Shehu Diko, the LMC chairman and the vice president of the NFF, at the touchline. And then he mentioned something. He said the app has been downloaded in over 80 countries in the world. And he also led on to say there's a projection. However it is, I think this is a huge step in the right direction. We're coming from a certain place where we hear referee decisions terribly. We hear people chasing referees on the football pitch. We hear players coming in with bottles, where there was no level of coordination, no level of great understanding, no level of how to do, what to do, and when to do it. So I think what the LMC has been able to achieve, and what the whole fraternity of the MPFL has been able to achieve with this MPFL TV, is not only good for football, it's good for the image of Nigeria as a country.
Yeah.
And that's where we have to start taking it off from. It's good for our image. I can tell you, not even on good account, on the account of what I saw, that at least 2 Nigerian players maybe before the end of January, maybe before the end of this particular season, we'll be traveling to clubs I would not like to mention on air because they were able to see them. We've always clamored, craved, yearned for audio visibility, for visibility, for the players to be visual. So you say Rabiu Ali is one of the best players in Africa, on the continent. Let us see him play.
Yeah.
And guess what? We were able to see Rabiu Ali the last time and he scored a goal against Katsina United. So there will be challenges. There's been challenges. It will always get better. It's the first time. It's the first season. The juries are still very much out about this one. But I think so far, not so bad at all. I think it can only get better with the support of every Nigerian. Wale Scott, I'm hearing you, sir.
I ask the questions as they are. I say the things as it is. I'm not scared of anyone, really. The truth be said, Nigerians are ashamed, to a large extent, of showing our football to the world. Why? How are we working on our structures, our pitch? Most pitches are really very, very bad. Most of the stadiums are really, really terrible. And it's sad to note that we are going to show this kind of pitches, this kind of stadiums to the world to see. Some of us, like me, I'm ashamed to show some stadiums to the world, really, if you ask me.
Yeah, true. There's no lie in what you said. It's on TV, it's there. But one of the things that the LMC did in preparation for this particular broadcast for the NPFL TV is that they were able to ratify and drop some couple of stadiums that was not TV worthy and they didn't have the right infrastructure to host some quality games. I can tell you on good accounts that so far, so good. So far, so good. I think the ones we've seen on TV, and I'm telling you this because I'm privileged to be the presenter, the very first match they won was at the Nest of Champions. The Nest of Champions is, of course, the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo. You and I know that's a top quality stadium, which is good for football. That's one. The next game we saw was the Aba International Stadium, which has a great pitch but not so good environment. And that's one of the things that we tell about this team. I mean, I said it earlier and I'll keep saying it again. We need to get to a place where every fragment of our football is sellable. And that's just to buttress what you said about, the kind of pitches and stadium. Yes, so at Enyimba was good, it was decent. And then fast forward, we also went to the Adokia Misimaka Stadium, which for me is still one of the very best stadiums in Nigeria. And that's where Rivers United played against, when United United won their first game, of the season. They played against Enugu Rangers International in that particular game. They won 1-0. The turf was good, the environment was good. I think one of the challenges that coronavirus has been able to put right there in the mix for us negatively is the fact that a lot of people, since they don't have access to stadiums, this is a call. Thank God it's on TV right now. It's a call to all MPFL club managers and stadium managers to try to keep the stadiums in shape. Because just like you said, some of these stadiums are not good for TV. It is bad enough that it's not good, but it can also be better if at all you try to do some basic things right. And I can tell you on good account that all the matches we've shown so far have actually had good, great turf. I can also confirm that tomorrow we will be beaming at the soccer temp with Agege, MFM taking on Sunshine. And you and I agree that that's a good turf too.
Yeah.
So far, so good. We've been able to portray the good. Now, I agree. I totally agree that the bad still exists. I also totally agree that the bad still needs to be worked on. But I think we should also, I'm not one who will, just like Balotelli said, he said the reason why he doesn't jubilate when he scores is because you don't praise a postman for delivering the mails. He's just doing his job.
True.
Yeah, so I think about MPFL, I wouldn't say, kudos to the LMC. But yes, kudos to them. But there's still so much work to be done, especially about the quality of the stadium. But I can tell you that so far, so good. It's not been a bad push for Nigerian football in any way or in any account.
Very true. I totally agree with you. And let's talk about the MPFL TV now, which has been downloaded in different countries across the world. Yeah, a lot of people have actually asked me, how did they get to manage their data? That why can't we have sponsorship on TV? And I said it's a gradual process, but is there anything the LMC will do to come to a level playing ground for those who can afford data to watch from their mobile phones? Can you hear me, Jide?
Very, very good question. We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Can I speak?
Sure.
Okay. Shehu Diko mentioned something about a potential. I would like to underline and say in bold and capital, please, that there's a potential relationship that will be established with network service provider that will be going forward to try to see if at all there will be an understanding of how best to help Nigerians manage data. And this is also a small little trick, that a number of people now use, and which is also, it's not like a trick, but of course it's just there to help manage data. The resolution is at 1080p, that's HD, that's the full HD, 1080. And from 1080, there are other options. You can just, when you're watching the video, when you're watching the live games, you can click on the setting. So at 1080p, you can get dropped to 380, you can get dropped to 480, and all these are still good, great qualities. So you can still enjoy top quality football at its best without expending so much on data. Because when you want to stream in HD, of course, you know what that, of course, would cost, in terms of data. But we can adjust that particular field. But aside that, like I said, there is a potential agreement, according to what, Shehu Diko said in a particular meeting, that could be going forward, just to have a lot of people. And take a look at it. The subscription looks to be quite affordable. I'll say affordable. I'll say not cheap, because nothing is cheap. Because affordability itself is relative. So I would say it's pretty much affordable. 1,500 naira subscription to enjoy Nigerian Professional Football League. I don't think it's at the cutthroat. I think, again, because it's the first edition, it will get better. I'm sure the Red Strike team are working tirelessly to make sure that all this comes to good for the betterment of Nigerian football. But yes, I kind of agree with you on that one. Data
Right.
needs to be appropriately managed.
All right, thank you very much, Jide, for your time. And
Thank you very much, Jide.
We're looking forward to having you run commentary maybe today or tomorrow's games.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Udoka. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome, bro.
All right, enjoy the rest of your day, and please continue to stay safe out there. All right, talking about the Nigeria Professional Football League, I think it's a positive thing that we need to look at, and also look at the fact that we can get to see these players. Now, like he mentioned, some few players might
Yes,
just
but
get to leave.
Nigerians are stubborn people. We just want to cut corners all the time. I think Nigerians are more comfortable with yielding the big stick with them, as in get really hard with them. I think the LMC can actually go a long way to say, okay, good. You won't play any matches. We will deduct points from the points you have in the league if you do not do the right thing in the stadiums. Get the facilities right, make it almost world class. Insist they do it. These clubs have the money really to make sure they pay their staffs. LMC can suspend a club, can put a club in the second division if they don't do these things. Pay your players their salaries in good time. Get your structures together. It must be at least world class. Inspect them honestly. Don't just go and inspect them. They'll give you a hotel to sleep in. Walk around the place. They give you brand envelope and you go back home and say, oh, it's all right. No, that's not enough. We want independent inspectors to go there. If it's not okay, insist. If it's not okay, you guys will not play your home matches here. I think Jide has said it right. But even at that, I'm going to antagonize him a bit. What Jide has said is they are sieving the matches for us. Now, I might want to see a Rivers United match. But because the stadium has not been clicked right to be shown on MPFL TV, I don't get to watch that match. Must we sieve matches? Well, insist these guys, the clubs, work on their stadiums.
Like he said, it's a first, and I'm sure there'll be an improvement on the football pitches.
Because as it is now, we only have some matches we can watch that are played in some particular stadiums, and that doesn't work right for me. Really.
Well, for now, we're enjoying the NPFL, and I know that we're going to enjoy more of football. We're coming down to Nigeria here, and hopefully we want this to reflect on the Super Eagles of Nigeria, talking about home-based players getting to feature for the Super Eagles, and also the club competitions. Let's see our clubs do better on the CAF competitions from the Champions League and, of course, the CAF Confederation Cup. And just so you know, Enyimba will be taking on the winner between Rivers United and Bloemfontein and Celtic. I'm actually scared for both teams because one has to crash out from that tournament.
Well, it's good and it's bad, really. I'm sure Rivers will take on Celtic. They will qualify.
They have an advantage.
Get to meet Enyimba. But the good thing is, one team will qualify, one team will crash out. At least one team will still qualify. It's good all the way. What if they meet different teams and then they both crash out?
Both crash out. All right, let's take a break and see what happened in the German Bundesliga between Bayern Munich and Borussia Mönchengladbach. And when we return, we'll be having a live guest on the show. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. It is still Plus Sports Special, and right now we've got Niran Adesanya on the show, and I will be running through the rest of the show together. Good to have you with us, and Happy New Year to you, Niran.
Happy New Year to you, Doka, and Wale Scott as well. Nice to be here.
You're looking very, very fresh. Did you have a new resolution of looking fresher than how you were last year? Wow. You know, there's this freshness that comes with having a shower. Once you have a shower, you look very, very fresh.
Like
in and out, really.
It just makes you look like you just had a plastic surgery.
In and out.
What do you mean?
Freshness in, and then you look fresh out.
Spiritually?
Not spiritually.
Do you pass on the inside?
No, as in your body feels good though.
Yeah, no. That's actually true.
Maybe I'm trying to figure something out about Wale Scott, but it's fine. It's fine. We saw that highlight, Borussia Mönchengladbach against Bayern Munich, and I was saying off the camera, I said, look, it was a shameful performance for Bayern for me, and you mentioned something which is very, very interesting, that there's this thing that comes with success, there's always a diminishing return, and it happened to Bayern yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not the first time it's happening to any major team. You look at teams that have been very successful, not only in Europe, but everywhere they are, and Bayern in the last 2 years have just been literally unplayable. You see the way they've been playing all these last few seasons, and it just looks like football just comes easy for them. And then don't forget, they've also lost somebody that a lot of people have not given the credit to. Talking about Thiago Alcantara.
Yeah.
Alcantara has been the man who orchestrates everything for Bayern Munich right from the middle. And he also provides a lot of cover for the defenders. I mean, we saw when Bayern Munich played Barcelona just last season.
Yeah.
And you saw how Alcantara literally almost rendered Messi almost useless because of the fact that he knew Messi right from their days in Barcelona. And this man is now with Liverpool. Liverpool are yet to really understand the way this guy plays. I'm pretty sure before the end of the season, injury-free, will be able to do that.
I don't think it's going to happen because, if you ask me, like you said, diminishing returns. It's happening to Bayern Munich. It's happening to Liverpool as we speak. Yes, because the truth be said, the Liverpool team is beginning to grow old, literally.
Okay.
Yes, they've got the input of Jota, who's still quite young. And if you want to put all the burden on Alcantara at this point, he's not getting any younger either. And Liverpool, as a team, you're looking at a Liverpool team that actually one of their three pronged attack, Firmino, Salah or Mane, gets injured and it's the end. They lose their next 5 matches. And that's not good for a team. You can't compare a team like Liverpool to a team like Man U who have a large squad. And Guardiola once said that, listen, the teams that are going to be the future are teams who have large squads. Liverpool are not doing that. Now, thank God for COVID. I'm stunned I'm saying that. Thank God for COVID. And Aston Villa has developed a second 11 already. Due to COVID, Aston Villa are now a second 11 team already right now.
Okay.
So you ask yourself a question. Must you wait for till COVID ravages your team before you realize you need a big squad? What if Aston Villa didn't have a big squad yesterday?
I think when you look at Liverpool, I may not necessarily agree that they're on the low. You look at the fact that they've had some serious injury worries at the start of the season, and they've still been at the top. And for me, yes, we know the Liverpool we saw last season. We know the Liverpool we saw the season before when they won the Champions League. And you would agree that definitely they're not firing on all cylinders. But then, of course, like you said, that issue of diminishing returns will start to come in because when you've achieved almost everything that is achievable for you, you've played the World Club Championship, you won
Champions League finals,
you won the Champions League, you won the
EPL
the league that you've been chasing for over 2 decades, 3 decades, and it just you get to a stage where you're like, if you don't bring in people like Jota, people like Thiago Alcantara who want to also prove a point because they were not there last season, you do not get that freshness again. So to a certain extent, Wale is correct, but at the same time, I think Liverpool is still good for this season. But with Bayern, you can't always rule them out as well. Anything can happen. This is January. There's transfer window opening already. They can get some players that they feel that they need.
And talking about Bayern Munich, they're still on top of the Bundesliga, and RB Leipzig comes second. And surprisingly, Borussia Mönchengladbach on the 7th position in the Bundesliga. Let's talk about what's going on in England and talk about Arsenal. Bukayo Saka has been nominated for the PFA Fans Player of the Month award for December. Now, the 19-year-old has been one of the few shining lights in Arsenal, and he has already been named Player of the Month by Arsenal. And now Saka's brilliance in December has been recognized by the PFA, who have put him up as a nominee for their Fans Player of the Month. But then he'll be contesting the accolade with Bruno Fernandes of Manchester United, as well as Marcus Rashford, Thomas Tuchel, Nick Pope, and Anwar El Ghazi. Bukayo Saka totally deserves every accolade that he has gotten from Arsenal. But do you think he can win the Player of the Month award with all the other nominees in the category?
Well, if you look at Arsenal's performance in the last month, I think they're probably there amongst the teams that have performed very well. Surprisingly, they've had a very terrible December with all the losses that they had and all the other stuff. But just coming into January, towards the end of December, they played quite well. They won like about 3 games on the bounce. And that's not happened with them for a while. And that's obviously lifted them from where they are to 11th on the table. Saka has done very well. But if you look at the other players that he's coming up against, you look at the input of those individuals. Yes, I know that Saka has been very instrumental to the way Arsenal has played when they go forward with his blistering pace and his dribbling skills. And then once in a while getting the goals as well. And then, of course, he's also doing the assists. So if you look at him, it looks like a total complete package, but he still needs a whole lot of maturity. But you look at the likes of Bruno Fernandes, that guy, I'm not a big fan of Manchester United, obviously maybe because of my affiliation with my own club. But Bruno Fernandes is like, I don't know how to describe this guy. He's got charisma. He's like his talisman. When the team is losing, he seems to be the one that pulls the chestnut out of the fire, and he keeps doing this all the time. And he's on the verge of actualizing something that has never been done by any player, which is to win 4 Player of the Month award in one season. If he does it, it's going to be the first time to be ever done.
I think Bukayo's case is like Usain Bolt. You know, you look behind you and like he has passed through. Like, where did this guy come from? You know, he came from nowhere. And you know, sometimes I look at Bukayo Saka and I feel like a woman who has aborted her child. and he's regretting now and saying, this guy can't play for Nigeria now, you know? You must always feel like that, you know? Bukayo Saka is astronomical. Guys, going forward, he's on fire, like on drugs, you know? And you still ask yourself, where did this guy come from? Where has he been all this while? But he's still very young. He's got many years ahead of him. And you're going to see England swarming around him like bees right now. I just wish the guy just look around and say, okay, good, I'm going to Nigeria, you know? If we have a Bukayo Saka, a Chukwueze, and all that on our team, we can beat anyone.
But Bukayo Saka is out already. Except we wait for it to see whether he plays those 3 games. You know, FIFA just tweaked the international rules.
But you can't but always feel like this guy. But at this point in time, like I said, the fans player of the month is not going to happen now for him. But he has many more years to go. He has many more months.
Why do you think so? Because I think he's done well.
Yeah, I think going up against
Bruno Fernandes, for example.
And then we're also not mentioning somebody who I also feel probably deserves it, probably more than Bruno Fernandes, the man from Aston Villa, El Ghazi.
El Ghazi
has been
You
awesome.
know what? We're also not talking about the fact that most footballers, past footballers, Nascimento, Pelé, Maradona before he died, a lot of them actually came together and agreed that one of the biggest English players as we speak today is Marcus Rashford.
I think he's good, but I don't know. Marcus Rashford is a good player, but I still don't think I would put him on the level of the likes of Gaza, for instance. Poor Gascoigne.
No.
They're
not comparing them.
Okay, they're saying for now.
For now.
Okay.
Nobody can compare to Gaza, really, for now. You know, but the truth be said, all things being equal, I still think that Fernandes might have this one again.
Yeah.
If not Fernandes,
especially when you look at the way Man United now are at the top. I mean, that is a whole lot. Aston Villa, yes, but Fernandes' contribution, albeit penalties majorly, but you know, he's propelled his team from outside the top 4 suddenly into 4, and then now competing, if not him, El
Ghazi.
Yeah.
So it's looking like fingers will be pointing towards Bruno Fernandes. But let's talk about Bukayo Saka and the Super Eagles.
And I'm surprised Jack Grealish is not on the list.
Well, you know, when you do so much of assists and you don't get to score the goals as much as you should, especially when you now have a player like El Ghazi, who came from, like, let me borrow from Wale, nowhere. I mean, El Ghazi has been in Aston Villa for a long time, and he's had a very barren spell for a long time. But all of a sudden, his luck just starts clicking, and all of a sudden, this guy becomes the man who scores the goals for Aston Villa. And I feel for him, it's not bad at all. But then, talking about Bukayo Saka in Nigeria, I think we should just forget about Bukayo Saka. With the way he's performing now, it's going to be difficult for England. So they've already featured him. They've capped him for about 2 games, if my memory serves me right. And he played very well in those 2 games. One more, and that's it for Nigeria. Even with the tweaking of the international rules for change of and switch of nationality, it's not probably going to be possible.
I doesn't even look like plays for Fulham, Tomori or something.
No, that's Chelsea. The Fikayo Tomori.
There's this guy in Fulham.
There's so many players. Have you guys?
He plays on the right wing, and this guy is fantastic for Fulham. Fulham is coming forward and is in.
Oh, you're talking about Aino. All I know is that.
Olaino.
No, Olaino. There's another
striker.
Nigerian.
Can't remember his name.
Ademola
Lukman.
Lukman. We've had
the guy plays on the right wing for Fulham, and the guy is massive.
When it comes to the Super Eagles of Nigeria now, I think, I might be wrong, but I think there's something wrong with our scouting system. Okay. Now there's Eberechi Eze now, who plays for Crystal Palace. We've not been able to seal his coming back
but that's not,
to play for
Nigeria. In fairness to the NFF, that's not NFF's fault. Eberechi is actually still holding out, and he feels that, you know, we can't blame some of these players. I mean they grew up in England or they grew up outside the country. And if they feel they have a fair chance to make the teams of those countries who seem to have been more well organized over the years compared to Super Eagles, maybe now, yes, we're trying to put things right and start looking at some of these players outside. But we can't blame the likes of Eberechi. I know that Amaju Pinnick, for one, has been on Eberechi's case. He's traveled to England several times. Even Gernot Raw has been to England, tried to, you know, lure this guy away from playing for England. But when you see the goal that this guy scored, I think this January, I mean, crazy solo run, those are the kind of goals that would not allow England to let go. Players like that.
That's my point. Why do we have to lure players to come play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria? I think it should be an easy decision for them. The same thing happened with Tammy Abraham. We kept on talking to him, and he said he was holding on to make a decision, and lo and behold, he chose England. And I just have a funny feeling that
Eberechi will do the same.
Might do the same
just
thing.
like Bukayo Saka also did the same.
Let's ourselves. Mikel Obi has consistently told the world, stupidly, that he cannot kill himself for Nigeria.
Okay.
And he gave examples of Dosu Joseph.
But do you actually blame him for saying that?
Well, you see, I don't.
You feel that patriotism should be.
He should at least pretend like
a captain of
he should at least pretend like he will die for the country, but he won't die, you know. And these people have watched these interviews. They've seen how we treat our players.
Yeah.
And I don't think, first of all, if I grew up in England and I was made, and England says they want me, or I suspect England will want me, it's only fair to play for them. They made me what I am today. However, if I want to play for Nigeria, I will consider and say, if I play for them, will it be worth the while? Do these guys care? They already know we don't care. We don't care about our players. If you die, you die. Sarah. Dosu Joseph had an accident somewhere in Ikeja. The NFF initially promised they would help him out. And then after a while, they receded and said, listen, guy, you were on private trip.
Even though they had just returned from an international
and they let him, and they have not given him a dime till today. We've seen people die. I saw Paul Hamilton die in front of me. He first of all got his right leg cut, and he got his second leg cut, and I was sitting there watching him shout about the leg paining him, and he just died there in front of me. And the guy's wife had been going to Abuja, going and coming, looking, get his money from them. It's sad that our leaders actually sit down in their homes, sipping champagne, and have no guilty conscience. How do you work like that? And you see, like I always said on the show, if we consider like this, it's the end point that matters, like age cheating. No matter how long you lie about your age, it will tell one day. You can't cheat nature.
Yeah.
You know, and if we continue to treat our players like this, players like Eze and Tomori and Bukai will not come. Because it's obvious that we don't care about our players. So why come all the way here, get a broken leg, and then, okay.
But I just hope that the tables will turn someday. I
It's
remember
not going to turn now.
I remember having an interview. We could actually turn
Let's be
things
honest with
around.
ourselves.
Yeah.
I know that Wale is speaking based on experience.
Yeah.
Of course, we've seen it all over years. Samuel Oparaji, we know how much it took before the sports minister was the only one to, not the only one anyway, at least to make a major impact and say, you know, okay, your parents or your mother, who's the surviving parent you have, should have something. Unfortunately,
after many years,
it came too late because at the end of the day, she also passed on. But to be honest, I think it goes beyond what we're paying them in terms of bonuses. I mean, our players are probably one of the best paid. Let's not lie to ourselves.
True, I agree with you.
In the fact that they earn $10,000 for a win, for crying out loud. I don't think a lot of the other players, even in Europe, earn that. The way they do their own payments is not even structured the way ours is, where you earn your money immediately after the game is played. I know that a lot of countries in Europe wait till you finish whatever assignment. If it's a qualifier for the World Cup, you finish and they collate all your money together and you get paid it into your account. But that system works because those players believe in their officials. They also feel that at the end of our assignment, we'll be paid whatever it's worth for us. But it shouldn't be about that, to be honest. What it's about is about welfare, which Wale mentioned a lot. If players from all these European countries and in some of the African countries as well get injured or they have any issues, their country takes care of them.
Let me give you a typical example. I don't like Ahmad Jupinik very much. He doesn't like me either. And the feeling is very mutual. And I don't care about it. I asked a question. Somebody asked me a question on a different platform and said, listen, FIFA or CAF or something has given our players, foreign and home-based, some palliatives, financial palliatives to give. And I told the guy, you will not hear about this thing again from now.
Okay.
Which player, which team, which Nigerian team, which foreign player has received ₦1 from that palliative until now?
Well, who wouldn't know?
I don't want to delve into politics like that, but because I also believe that NFF, in a way, I'm not holding forth for them, but I believe that in a way they've tried to say, okay, we've used this money for this. It's
they've broken it down.
It behoves on us to find out and investigate and find out whether they have done what they say they have done. I know that there's quite some disgruntled element somewhere in the football fraternity saying that, well, FIFA has given us some funds to alleviate our sufferings during the COVID-19, and we haven't seen any. I know that sports writers, for instance, were given something. I don't know whether it was proportional to what they were supposed to give, but NFF are the ones who they hold the knife and they hold the stuff itself. So I don't like going into stuff like that unless I am sure about it.
We should work on welfare because I don't have to be sure to say what I've not seen. You know, I have not seen anyone come out and say, thank you very much, NFF, thank you very much, FIFA. I have not seen any team come out and do that. I have not, and during the COVID-19, nobody was going down, so they can't say they use money to do stadium now. Or to, no, so,
but I'm sure we'll find out.
We're going to welfare now.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to welfare now,
which is crucial.
Yeah, which is crucial. Because listen, I am not going to allow my son, who plays in Arsenal Academy, come play for Nigeria. So I won't agree. That's true.
We will come later, don't worry.
There's a whole lot to do, and we'll still go back to the drawing board and ensure that we'll get things right with our football, with our sports in general in Nigeria. And sometime soon, we'll be giants again. Now let's go back to the FA Cup and talk about what happened between Liverpool and Aston Villa, where Liverpool's second half goal rush defeated Aston Villa in an FA Cup third round. As Jack Grealish, who wasn't there, he also praised the young starlets for doing the club proud. And Liverpool did what was expected of them and beat Aston Villa's youngsters 4-1 at Villa Park, but the scoreline truly did not reflect the true story of the game. I feel like the boys from Aston Villa gave their all. Even if they lost, I think they lost with a lot of dignity in that one. It wasn't an outrageous, it wasn't a trashing, if I put it that way.
That wasn't a loss, though. Even when Liverpool scored their second goal, they didn't jubilate now.
Yeah.
Because it was like, these guys are giving us a run for our money.
Yeah, I think Liverpool themselves were a bit, should I say, embarrassed, because they felt, I mean, these are guys who should be taken to the cleaners. And they probably also felt the big players probably felt, this is the FA Cup. If we knew that these guys were fielding this crop of players, I don't think we should be coming up with this kind of players.
Well, I think they knew. But I think
I would expect
hours to the game.
Because the team list would have been released. And you can actually tweak it if you want to. But maybe, I don't know, maybe a club sees a very tough season and he feels he's probably unsure about Champions League, unsure of the league itself with the way things are going right now. And he feels, you know what, after having Champions League season before, the last season he had the EPL. This time around, I don't want to go empty-handed. So I'm going Mourinho-esque, which is all guns blazing. You know, Mourinho does not care if he's playing Carling, if he's playing FA, any competition. Mourinho is going there and he's trying to play his best team.
I think it's good for those boys. I think those boys are going to go back to their areas as heroes. You know, when you play Liverpool and you give them a run for their money, and they're going to go home and in their area there'll be crowd there shouting, "Hey, welcome back home," you know. And I think it was a win for them. You know, playing Liverpool alone was a win. I don't think they went into that match planning to win that game. Because at least a young man, his first game for Aston Villa is going up against Liverpool, the champions, and they gave them a run for their money. And they left that stadium that day winners, if you ask me.
True.
Really,
I totally agree with you. And of course, the Aston Villa players, most of them actually made their debut yesterday, and it was a good performance from the boys out there. Going over to Italy, coronavirus has hit again, as Juventus defender De Ligt has tested positive for coronavirus. The Serie A champions confirmed this one yesterday, and the Dutch defender played 90 minutes of Juve's 3-1 win over AC Milan on Wednesday, but has now been placed into isolation. The diagnosis comes as a blow to Andrea Pirlo's side, who face fellow Scudetto challengers Sassuolo on Sunday night in a vital league fixture. I mean,
I've always said,
my question now, Wale.
I don't know why Udoka is always telling me I should stop saying that thing.
No, hold on, Wale. What I was going to ask is, shouldn't you just pause football?
Thank you very much.
I said
it last week. Look, I was saying no. Every UK country, every country across the world who has stopped everything, who have locked down totally, and have refused to lock down football because they agree they are hypocrites. They are all hypocrites, really. Because football brings in so much money. They use the Oyinbo language. I want to believe that now. I understand English more than the Englishman now. They use the word total lockdown, but football is still on.
So how do you explain
it's
the
not
lockdown?
total now, but because football brings in so much money, they are being self-centered about it, and I say, good, we lock down everything else. But football, who's been stays.
I think
that's not fair.
I think I'm going to go the British way, to be honest.
That's not fair.
And I feel that, yes, I think Wale is right to fault the issue of total national lockdown. You didn't even put national. You need to put the national there as well. But I also feel that don't get it twisted. They also have left some retail stores open. Which are like department supermarkets and all the stores that actually sell.
Are you telling me today, I'm sure you have whatever your English language. Is football essential duties?
Yeah,
Grocery stores are essential.
Yeah, absolutely.
The police force is essential.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
medicals, they're essential.
Yeah.
Is football essential?
Football is not essential. But, yeah, but
because they're making money off
that's why I
football.
said. That's why I said I agree with you. Faulting the way they have described the lockdown. It shouldn't be described as total national lockdown. It is not. And I think they feel that they can actually control football and sports. First up, they do not. I'm sure they've taken out the 3,000 fans.
They have.
Yeah, they did.
So that means they feel, okay, the players can be controlled. These are sportsmen and women who exercise a high level of discipline when it comes to their profession. So they're like a small nucleus in the society. So we can actually manage them and do tests for them and ensure that those who are positive definitely are not part of the game. And of course, we also saw, it's no gainsaying the fact that, and it's not a surprise that we saw a spike in the number of players testing positive in the Premier League as well. Not only in the Premier League, also happened in Italy, Germany, and all the other top countries in Europe. But at the same time, I feel that if they just feel how many players are really involved, how many officials are involved, this is not the larger society. We can control them. We do tests for them from time to time. And if they test positive, it's like you take a rotten egg away from there and you leave the rest. But obviously, sometimes it spills over and then more than one person or two people get. But I think, I don't know, I kind of want to share what Wale feels that we should lock everything down. But to be honest, how are we going to beat?
Do you know
how are we going to beat COVID? If we allow COVID to always take.
Sorry to cut you, Wale. Now, why I'm even suggesting for a total lockdown and taking out sports.
Okay, so you and Wale share the same view now.
Yeah, because if you from findings, the football players, sports, they have more cases. The cases are increasing day
because of
in,
the
day
contact.
out.
Yes.
Now, they're even suggesting that players should stop celebrating when they score a goal. I mean, it makes football more boring. It's even sad to know that.
But it also gets football going. We all saw the problems we have had from last season.
Yeah.
I mean, we if not for the dexterity of the administrators in trying to plan a good calendar, we will not be where we are this year.
I agree
We've
with you.
already lost the Olympic Games. If care is not taken, Japan is already shouting about state of emergency in their country, which could lead to the Olympic Games. If it doesn't hold this year, be rest assured that we will not have the 2020 Olympic Games anymore, because Japan are saying they cannot spend anything extra. They have spent so much to prepare for last season, and if it doesn't happen this season, then we should forget about the 2020 Olympics.
I mean, it's really ridiculous.
So should we allow COVID to win this battle and say we want to keep staying?
COVID is winning already now.
It's going to sell on football
Do you know how
clubs.
many people texted me when I insisted that sports festivals, before they even put it down, that sports festivals should not go on? And people sent me texts.
No, I support sports festival in the sense that it is Nigeria.
Yeah.
And we have not been very, very good at dealing with this.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you look at the finance involved in testing the number of players. Some have even suggested, let's not have contact sports in sports festival. And I say no, because that means you've taken the whole shine out of from the game.
Saying football should remain and no lockdown for everything. It's like saying it's like saying cockfighting is a sport. Two animals killing.
Or you're also saying that other sports are not as essential as football.
Yeah, it's not right, really.
All right, there's a whole lot when it comes to the coronavirus and how it affects football, and if we keep going on and on, we will not leave here for at least 2 hours because there are different sides to everything. But let's take a quick breather and see how, my team, the Golden State Warriors, beat the Los Angeles Clippers. And when we come back, we'll be talking basketball.
Francisco. Steph Curry. Every time he takes to the court, folks, something combustible or incendiary points-wise. Paul George. Step back baseline jump shot. Got it. Smooth. The Gardner. George pops out on the baseline off the screen, and Paul George hits nothing but net. Curry wide open. Great ball fake, and made it count. Curry with another three. Backs it out against the rookie Wiseman. Wise steps back and hits nothing but net. Really out of sorts. Cross court, Paul George rising up, fouled and one. Count it. Game plan. What a play by Lou Williams in transition. Morris missing, and Curry quickly the other way. Pulls up.
Yes, my favorite team, the Golden State Warriors, got that vital victory against the Los Angeles Clippers, and I'm already sensing beef in the studio. Someone doesn't like the Golden State Warriors.
No, it's not
is it you, Nero? You don't like
it's
the Golden
Nero,
State?
it's not me now.
What do you have against them? You don't think they'll make the playoffs this
I was
season?
just joking. Warriors really, how do I put it now? They really did my player in. I've got a favorite player in the NBA, and it's the King himself, the version of the real King's version.
Kevin Durant?
No, King James.
Oh, King
himself.
James.
Yeah,
Okay.
the King's
That's
version.
the King now.
The King's version. So, of course, we all know the kind of suffering he suffered in the hands of Golden State Warriors.
I agree with you.
Because of Curry.
Yeah, no, well, not only Curry. I think it was more.
Curry is the man that makes it happen there. It's not.
Well,
but doesn't play. There's no Golden State Warriors.
I think a lot of people, they didn't do well now the last time. They didn't do well at all. And they had a lot of injuries to crucial players in their team. But I still don't see them doing anything big this season, to be honest. But I think it was a big victory for them to have beaten the Clippers. And we'll see how things go. It was their home ground, so good stuff for them. But home grounds don't count in basketball, to be honest.
Sure.
But a big win against a team that were expected to really go far in playoffs last season, even though it was held in the bubble. Clippers probably one of the most complete teams last season, but unfortunately they couldn't actualize it because of Lakers, who not a lot of people expected to win, but the King James version impact was felt.
Yeah.
And we have also seen the way they have been playing this season. After losing the first game of the season as defending champions, they've come back to start winning, and they also won yesterday again as well against the strong Chicago Bulls. So I think good stuff for Golden State Warriors. It's about time for them to come back into it because they've been in the doldrums after their success in the last about 3 or 4 years ago when they won quite a lot of, I think about 3 titles, if not 4, in the space of how many years. So that's a very good one for them.
All right, and I've also missed the performance coming from the Splash Brothers, and I just want to see them go all the way and hopefully make it to the playoffs this time around. Well, that's our draw wrap on today's show, Plus Sports Special and Plus TV Africa. I hope you enjoyed the package today. We talked about the NFF and Bukayo Saka. We spoke about Arsenal. We spoke about the Nigerian Professional Football League and give an assessment of how the league has run so far. We spoke about COVID-19. Obviously, we have to talk about coronavirus and how it has affected the world of sports. But I'll say thank you, guys. Thank you, Wally Scott and Nero Adesanya.
An absolute pleasure being here with you guys.
All right, keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa. We'll give you the best when it comes to TV programming. Remember, you can reach us on social media at Plus TV Africa on Twitter and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka and Joko saying please enjoy the rest of your day and continue to stay safe out there.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not yours.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you don't talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Thank you for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. Another batch of 37 kidnapped victims in Katsina State were rescued from bandits and have been handed over to the state government. The victims are mainly women and children. They were abducted in the last 2 weeks from various communities in the state, including Ngwa, Malaimai, under Yantukmaki district of Dan Musa local government area, and of course Babanduhu village in Safana local government area of the state. One of the victims, who identified herself as Farida Sani, revealed that she was abducted at Runka town in Safana local government area of the state 9 days after her marriage. The secretary to the state government, Dr. Mustafa Inua, who addressed the rescued victims on behalf of Governor Masari, urged them to see their experience as an act of God and be prayerful. He also urged residents in the states to continue to support security agencies in the ongoing efforts to tackle banditry, kidnapping, and other sundry crimes. The Air Task Force of Operation Lafia Dole has inflicted heavy casualties on Boko Haram terrorists in their hideouts at Alagano and Sambisa Forest area of Borno State. Coordinator of Defense Media Operations, Major General John Enenche, said in a statement on Friday that a compound housing some high-value Boko Haram leaders was also taken out. Enenche said the compound, located 2.3 kilometers northeast of Kafa in Damboa local government area of Borno and concealed under high and thick vegetation, was being used by the terrorists to coordinate their nefarious activities. He said the destruction of the locations was achieved through multiple airstrikes executed on January 6, when the Nigerian Air Force fighter jets and attack helicopters went on to engage the target areas in day and night raids. According to him, the terrorists were spotted under the dense vegetation of the locations, and the Nigerian Air Force attack aircraft took turns in engaging the targets, neutralizing several of them. Enenche said the armed forces of Nigeria would not relent until all enemies of the nation were neutralized and normalcy is restored to all troubled zones. And President Muhammadu Buhari has assured Nigerians that the Boko Haram insurgency, which started in 2009 in the northeast, would end this year. He, however, urged citizens to pray for the armed forces, which is also undertaking operations against bandits and kidnappers in the northwest and parts of the north central. Buhari, who spoke on Friday during the Jumat prayer held in commemoration of the 2021 Armed Forces Remembrance Day at the National Mosque, Abuja, declared that this is a year of action and that the government will finish with what it is doing. Represented by the Defense Minister, retired Major General Magashi Salihi, the president noted that what is happening in the country will soon be over. He said the nation would continue to remember the sacrifices made by members of the armed forces and should not cease to pray for the repose of the souls of those who have paid the supreme price. Still in the news, the counsel to Sahara Reporters publisher Omoyele Sowore has alleged that Nigerian authorities are attempting to undermine judicial proceedings on the bail application of his client and 4 others. Showore's counsel, Marshal Abubakar, says that after requesting that his clients be present in court to listen to conditions for his bail application, he got signals that his files were being transferred from the Office of the FCT Commissioner of Police to the Office of the Deputy Inspector General of Police. Chief Magistrate Mabel Shegun Bello, however, refused to rule on the bail application of Showore for reasons that the defendants were not brought to hear the condition on which their bail will be granted or denied.
We were informed and we were shown copies of documents, signals from the office, first from the office of the DIG, requesting for the case file of Mr. Omele Sowore from the office of the Commissioner of Police of City Abuja. Now, we are told reliably that the case file was transferred from the office of the Commissioner of Police of City Abuja to the office of the DIG yesterday. They also brought before the courts another signal from the office of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation, mandating the office of the DPP to take over the case file from the police. Now, it means that the DPP are the persons who are now responsible for prosecuting this particular case.
Workers of the National Identity Management Commission have suspended the industrial action which they embarked upon on Thursday over the fear of COVID-19 spread in the agency. It was gathered that the workers decided to put the strike on hold after a meeting with the federal government, where it was agreed that the demands of the employees would be addressed. The President, Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, NIMC unit, Asekokai Loki, confirmed the suspension of the strike to journalists. He said workers of the commission across the country were being contacted to resume work by Monday and begin the enrollment of citizens for the national identity numbers. The Kano State government has reverted to the former minimum wage of 18,000 naira for its workers. Spokesperson to the governor, Salihu Tanko Yakasai, said the state government has also stopped the payment of 30,000 naira minimum wage to its workers. Tanko Yakasai said the reason for the action is due to the recession caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. He added that the state is unable to continue paying 30,000 naira because what the state is getting now as a government has reduced. Joining us to discuss this further is the Vice Chairman, Nigerian Labour Congress, Kano State Chapter, Ado Riruwai. Thank you very much for joining us and good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you?
Fantastic. Can you please help confirm the report of the state government in Kano reverting to the initial 18,000 naira minimum wage? Is this true, and was the NLC also carried along with this decision?
Let me just take you back small. This issue of minimum wage was agreed December last year by the Joint Negotiative Council, and it was implemented immediately same month. So, 2019. So from there wasn't any problem, not until May, during the lockdown period of this COVID, when they just implemented and revert back to the 18,000 without the consent of the labor. So immediately we hold them to ransom on that issue, whereby we met them and asked them why looking at the economic downfall, and even the IGR is no longer in place to cover for other things. So we now agree that they should just deduct some percentage, little percentage from the staff salary, which they did in the month of June and July. From there, things went back normal, and they continue with the normal payment of the 13,600 minimum wage. Therefore, this happened. Nothing else was bad until this November. Last year, November, when we learned that they just revert back to 18,000 on their own. We now call on their attention why they now started telling us that it's because of the economic downfall, blah blah blah, which we couldn't understand with them actually. So they now still deducted on December the same thing. They revert back December salary to that 18,000, which without the concept of the labor, we were with them seriously. We were on them for pertaining that issue up to the day they paid the salary. We did not agree on anything with them, but they go on their own and do that.
Let me just ask, do you see reasons with the state government? They're, of course, blaming the current economic realities caused by the COVID-19 lockdown. Do you think that's a fair reason why the state may not be able to raise enough money to make a 30,000 naira minimum wage?
Actually, we, the labor side, we didn't see any reason for that, because even during the recession period, there wasn't anything. See, even this time around, it was the worst ever that happened to the workers and the pensioners in Kano. You could imagine, even the pensioners, their money was deducted. It was deducted. So definitely, we didn't see no reason. We didn't see any reason that for them to deduct staff salary. There is no reason for that, because their IGR is coming up as usual, and the grant does not fall down. So we see no reason why they will start complaining. Besides, what of other states like Lagos? They even went ahead to pay their staff bonuses during the December time. But why for us that the economic problem is it within Kano only? So we don't see any reason for them to do that.
Okay, and of course, so what's the next plan by the Kano State chapter of the NLC? And is the national body also being carried along with all of this?
Yeah. Whatever action we took, we write to our national body. They are fully aware of all the actions. Even yesterday, there was a serious press conference by the labor, which actually it was a very serious one. Definitely, it will go to them, and it will signal them that if they continue with that, they are going to be in a mess. It's not going to be easy with the both party. So we hope for them that they will do the needful, because we cannot condone any other deduction from them again. That's just what I can tell you people.
Yeah, how are the workers in Kano State coping? There's a recession, there's a lockdown, of course, there's a lot of pressure on workers currently. How have they been able to deal with these deductions and, of course, a reversal back to 18,000 naira? What's it like for them?
Yes, that is what you should, as a human being, that is what we should be thinking. With all the kind of hardship, the little salary they have been paid, and it's going to be deducted again. It's uncalled for, definitely. People are suffering seriously. Like I've given you an example of pensioners. I spoke with a pensioner that collects 5,000 monthly as his pension. That person, 2,000 was deducted from his pension for him to collect 3,000. How could that man? He's a family man with 2 wives and children. So how could that 3,000? How could he survive? You can see. So definitely people are suffering, the workers are suffering, and once the workers are happy, even the market people will be happy too. So definitely it's not easy for the workers. It's not easy.
All right, thank you very much for speaking with us. And of course, we look forward to when the Kano State chapter of the NLC makes a decision. We hope that we can speak with you again then. Thanks once again.
I hope. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the news, and now for COVID-19 updates. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has confirmed 1,544 new infections of the coronavirus in the country. The NCDC on its verified website on Friday also confirmed additional 12 coronavirus-related deaths. The country's daily new infections accelerated to a record high of over 1,500 cases for the third time, bringing the total to 97,478. There is now a rise in confirmed COVID-19 cases nationwide, similar to the second wave of infections occurring in other countries. The NCDC said that the new infections were from 20 states and the Federal Capital Territory, with Lagos State reporting 739 new cases, followed by Plateau State with 168, the FCT with 153 new cases, Oyo 91 new infections, Nasarawa with 90, Rivers State with 80 new cases, Kaduna 35, Edo with 33 new cases, Kano 29, Ogun 21, Delta State with 19, Sokoto 16, Akwa Ibom 11, Ebonyi State also with 11, Enugu and Osun State both with 10 cases each, Niger State 9 cases, Bauchi and Kebbi with 8 new infections each, Katsina with 2 cases and Taraba State with 1. The agency, however, noted that 570 patients were discharged from isolation centers across the country. And the Lagos State government has intensified public advocacy and sensitization to the emergence of the second wave of COVID-19. This was done through interactions between the staff of the Ministry of Information and Strategy and members of the public. The sensitization team engaged members of the public at markets, motor mechanic workshops, garages, and parks at Agege, Ojota, Ikeja, Ogba, and Alausa Secretariat and environs. They addressed the people and obtained feedback, just as essential information, education, and communication materials such as flyers and posters were distributed. And the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Kayode Fayemi, has announced that governors will take the COVID-19 vaccine on live television to demonstrate to their residents that the vaccine works. Governor Fayemi said this to State House correspondents after a private meeting with President Muhammadu Buhari, where security, the economy, and vaccine management were discussed. He also noted that the president has agreed to convey to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 the need to use influencers such as religious leaders, entertainers, and athletes to engender the confidence of citizens at the state and local level. And now for news reports in other parts of Africa. South African scientists are testing whether vaccines will be less effective against the COVID-19 variant, first detected locally, and hope for initial results within 2 weeks. The variant, known as 501Y-V2, was identified by South African genomics experts late last year and is thought to be more contagious than other variants. Professor Penny Moore told journalists that the National Institute of Communicable Diseases has received samples from several local vaccine trials, including Oxford University and AstraZeneca's shot, and would try to find out whether antibody responses are reduced against this new variant. Moore said the NICD would run tests on all the vaccines being tried in South Africa, including doses being developed by Pfizer and BioNTech, Johnson & Johnson, and Novavax. And Tunisian Health Ministry has reported 2,649 new COVID-19 cases, raising the total number of infections to 154,903. The death toll from the virus rose by 56 to 5,108 in the North African country. It was also reported that 1,615 hospitalized COVID-19 patients, including 344, are in intensive care units, given the rapid spread of COVID-19 in some provinces of the country since the last week of 2020. Tunisian President Kais Saied has called on the authorities to examine the possibility of reimposing general lockdown in regions with the high numbers of COVID-19 infections. and Gambian authorities have seized nearly 3 tons of cocaine from a shipment of industrial salt originating in Ecuador in one of the largest busts in West Africa. The 118 bags of cocaine were discovered on Thursday during a search of a container shipped from the port of Guayaquil in Ecuador through the Algeciras in Spain. It was not clear where the cocaine was ultimately headed. Drug smugglers generally use West Africa as a transshipment point for cocaine en route from South America to Europe, and Saidi Ba said the drugs were not intended for local consumption. Now outside Africa, 10 babies were killed in a maternity unit in the Indian state of Maharashtra early on Saturday, where fire tore through a major hospital. Staff rescued 7 of the newborn infants at the Bandara District Hospital, but were beaten back before they could reach 10 others. All of those who died were aged between a few days and 3 months, according to reports. Nurses on duty noticed a fire coming from the hospital's neonatal unit and raised the alarm. The fire brigade stopped the blaze from spreading to other parts of the hospital, and other patients were moved to safety. And Saudi Arabia's King Salman bin Abdulaziz has received the first dose of a coronavirus vaccine in the NEOM economic zone. The agency posted a short video that showed the medical staff injecting the king with the vaccine. Saudi Arabia began inoculating people in the kingdom with a COVID-19 vaccine in mid-December 2020, becoming the first Arab country to roll out the Pfizer-BioNTech jab. The kingdom has reported around 363,000 cases of coronavirus, with 6,278 deaths since the start of the pandemic. And now, moving on to China, where the country will provide COVID-19 vaccines free of charge once they become available to general public. China in late December approved its first vaccine for general public use. 3 vaccines had already been given to limited groups at high risk of infection, including medical workers, through an emergency use program. The country widened the inoculation scheme in mid-December to more key groups, such as employees in the food and public transport sectors, in an effort to stem a resurgence in the winter and spring. And the head of the World Health Organization said that there is a clear problem that low and middle income countries are not yet receiving supplies of COVID-19 vaccines, and urged countries to stop striking bilateral deals with manufacturers. WHO Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus said in strongly worded comments on vaccine nationalism at a Geneva news briefing. He said countries and manufacturers are to stop making bilateral deals, and called on those who have ordered excess doses to immediately hand them over to the COVAX vaccine sharing facility. While Tedros did not name countries, the European Union said it reached a deal with Pfizer and BioNTech for 300 million additional doses of their COVID-19 vaccine, in a move that would give the EU nearly half of the firm's global output for 2021.
This is where the current challenge is. At present, 42 countries are rolling out safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines. 36 of these are high-income countries, and 6 are middle-income countries. So there is a clear problem that low and most middle-income countries are not receiving the vaccine yet. At the outset, rich countries have bought up the majority of the supply of multiple vaccines. Now, we're also seeing both high and middle-income countries that are part of COVAX making additional bilateral deals. This potentially bumps up the price for everyone and means high-risk people in the poorest and most marginalized countries don't get the vaccine.
The people likely to die from this infection is not everybody in every country. It is very particular risk groups by age and by vulnerability who are likely to get very sick and likely to die. It is frontline health workers who are exposed to this virus every day. This is whom we need to protect first.
And now in business news, the international oil benchmark Brent crude extended its gains on Friday, rising above $55 per barrel in what is a potential boost to Nigeria's crude oil export revenue. Brent crude, against which Nigeria's oil is priced, hit an 11-month high of $55.41 per barrel as at 2:50 p.m. Nigerian time, trading more than $15 higher than the federal government's benchmark for the 2021 budget. The 2021 budget, which was signed by President Muhammadu Buhari on December 31, was based on an oil price benchmark of $40 per barrel and a production level of 1.86 million barrels per day. The upturn in oil prices was supported by Saudi Arabia's pledge to cut output and a global stocks rally as investors looked beyond rising coronavirus cases. And in a bid to tackle the rising poverty level among Nigerian women, President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the disbursement of about 52 million naira to 2,600 women in Nasarawa State. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Farouk, made the announcement in Lafia when she flagged off the empowerment program. The minister, who was represented by the Minister of State, Science and Technology, Muhammad Abdullahi, explained that the money disbursed is strictly for vulnerable rural women in the state in order for them to become self-sufficient.
As part of President Muhammadu Buhari's social inclusion and poverty reduction agenda, a grant of 20,000 naira will be disbursed to over 150,000 poor women across the states in the Federation and the FCT. The grant is expected to increase access to financial capital required for economic activities.
It is important to stress that improving the status of women is capable of translating into a better living condition for the overall development of the society. The clamor for the liberation of women from the shackles of poverty, deprivation, and backwardness has been the burning desire of successful administrations in this country. This, I believe, is based on the realization that a well-skilled, informed, educated, and enlightened woman is an asset of immeasurable value.
Now in sports, Borussia Mönchengladbach came from 2-0 down to beat Bayern Munich 3-2 in a dramatic Friday night contest in the Bundesliga. Bayern, who have made a habit of falling behind in recent games, were 2-0 up after 26 minutes thanks to a Robert Lewandowski penalty and Leon Goretzka finish. But Jonas Hoffmann netted twice before half-time to level things up before Florian Neuhaus, whose handball gave Bayern their early penalty, curled in a superb winner. RB Leipzig can now move top of the table if they beat Dortmund on Saturday. And that's the news of this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa, and thank you for watching.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business, which is tailored to be a run-to practical guide for small-scale business owners. In the studio with me today is Aramide Abe, an entrepreneur and the executive director of Ninja Startups, an entrepreneurship hub of over 70,000 startups across Africa. She has an MBA from INSEAD and from the Kellogg School of Management with a focus on marketing and strategy. She has worked as a technology consultant in the United Kingdom. She has worked in Africa, Singapore, United States, and in Europe. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio.
Thanks, Irene.
It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks.
I know you have had your time working with corporate organizations, but then you have moved now from working with corporate organizations to having, creating a niche for yourself with entrepreneurs, SMEs particularly. What has been your experience so far working with the African entrepreneur?
Okay, so African entrepreneurship is like entrepreneurship. It's only that, it's very unique to the environment we're in and the infrastructural challenges. But generally with SMEs and startups, what I see is I say we because I also count myself in that demographic. We see ourselves as change makers generally, but there's a common theme, which is there's a need for funding. So entrepreneurs generally need funding, and I find that a lot of entrepreneurs need structure. So how to structure their businesses appropriately to even begin to look for funding and then growth. And then the third thing that we found is that there's a need for mentoring. There's more and more startups or SME founders who are looking for mentors, looking to network, and then capacity building. So those are some of the common things or common themes across entrepreneurs in Africa and even outside. When I look at other studies in other continents, I find that it's the same where entrepreneurs need these things. So it's not very different apart from the environment that we operate in. which doesn't allow sometimes for us to get things done speedily. Like, you know, like ease of doing business is one of the challenges versus in the West. So.
But then with ease of doing business, for example, do you see an improvement of some sort, you know, within the African-Nigerian context?
Yeah, let's look at Nigeria. So far there has been, and I even looked at the ratings a few days ago. So the ratings have actually gone up for Nigeria, ranking better on the Ease of Doing Business Index. And now I find that even with the Corporate Affairs Commission, you can register your business quickly. So the turnaround time has actually reduced, which is actually good now for SMEs. And then the third thing I noticed was that the fees, I think there's a 50% discount that they're offering, which is excellent
for registering
businesses.
Your business.
Yeah, so they're enabling that business environment and enhancing the processes, which is good.
Should we be focusing on building a brand or building the business itself?
Okay, so you can build your brand or a business, and it really depends. That's my answer, because building a business also involves an element of branding.
Yes.
And, you know, your brand identity. So it depends. If you're in a consumer goods sector, then yes, you know, your brand, you know, carries weight because people are brand loyal in certain sectors. And then in other industries as well, for example, I know someone who manufactures toothpicks. It's not so much the brand, it's the business, it's the process, it's the, you know, the logistics, all the things that come into place, the capital structure and all that. So it really depends. If it's a personal brand, then of course the brand is more important. I was reading somewhere where a popular musician spoke about him building his brand over his business. And yeah, so for him, that was his priority and focus. And he was able to do both at the same time and be very successful. Now he's a billionaire. But again, it depends. So that's what I'll say.
All right, so I like the fact that you're stating that it depends, because me thinking off the top of my head now, a musician, a chef, a fashion designer would have to focus on both of them, but then also pay more attention to his or her brand building as well. But then if we're talking about a mechanic, maybe we're talking about the business, the focus should be more on the business now.
Let me even tell you, so even for the chef and the musician, the lifestyle, your brand can only get you so far. If you don't have a good business or operations behind the scenes, you know, people will find you out. So as much as you're focusing on the brand, which is very important in certain sectors, especially lifestyle, entertainment, client-facing, the business as well. But like you say,
equally as important.
Exactly. Some mechanics have even carved a niche in building some kind of brand. Maybe there's a female mechanic now in Nigeria. I think there's somebody like that.
There are female mechanics
exactly
now.
And there's one that is actually called that. So she pushes the brand. So yeah, so she may have a good business as well, but what we hear is really the brand name, who she is. But to your point, yes, it's more about the business, the quality of work that you're offering and service, and then, you know, then your brand can then enhance additional interest, customer service, mileage, awareness.
But then we also see that some of these small-scale businesses for which you have, you know, direct, you know, contacts with, we see some of them, you know, not really taking cognizance of the fact that strategy helps your business either grow, or a lack of it would break your business.
It's because a lot of people just fall into it, you know, saying that you can just start, and then they don't even know the difference between maybe revenue and profits, for example, or
maybe
things like that.
Maybe you want to help some people out there understand